I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging
Hello, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Tamtic, congratulations on you first. Braxton, hello. Your body is ready. Reaches for the lotion. How was everybody's week? What am I trying to do? All right, let me get that ready. Suspicious. I once linked my phone to phone camera to Windows so that I could try and use it. And every time that I open my phone while the stream is running, it decides that this is a good time to connect. And I'm like, no, stop. I even removed the source and it's still, Windows is still like, you definitely need this thing. Dun, 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 dun. I will not link my phone to Windows. It's probably wise. I mean, I've got some use out of having it, but most of the time it's actually just annoying. And I see Windows is now making a new change that when you install Windows, they're removing the ability to be able to do it offline. So, well, actually no, they're removing the ability to create local accounts, which sounds like it'll be fine. Like, you know, why do you need that? But as someone that sets up virtual machines to like do stuff with Windows, I don't want to have to connect every single one of my virtual machines to my Windows account. It won't be fine. Yeah, it won't be fine. They hijack my PC to be like, hey, connect your phone. But yeah, so we're gonna carry on with small game dev today. Some tower defense, why not? I need to look at the spawning system some more. Wait, where is it? On our roadmap that actually, honestly, this roadmap is so out of date now. I need to actually go through the process of fixing it. You can revert to local later, I think. I feel like I wonder maybe if they do it that way, that's a bit more understanding, but that seems unlikely Microsoft would go that approach. But I guess we will see. Because I know that I set up a virtual machine on my Proxmox server like the other day and had to deal with... It was a process just to get Windows installed because I had to manually because I didn't want to link it to an account, and just to bypass it was such a mission as is. Owning a computer should not be a requirement. No. What is my phone doing? There we go. So, let's have a look at this. I have a way of implementing this, and this is what I want to do today. I'm going to start with basically just the smallest possibility, which is that, and just get that working again, and then I'll increase it. More people should look at Linux. I think this is part of the reason why more and more people are looking at Linux. And as stuff becomes easier to do on Linux, I think... I wonder what will happen. I mean, if you think about it, from Windows licenses, how many Windows licenses does Microsoft actually sell these days? Other than company and new machines, for the most part. Well, I mean, I suppose that can still be a large percentage. So, like, my Windows machine, I haven't purchased a Windows license for it since Windows 8, because Windows 8 didn't sell very well. And I eventually bought it for... At the time, it was like £4 or £5 for a Windows 8 license, because they were literally trying to get rid of them because no one wants to actually move to it. So I bought the key, and then I actually never landed up not using it for a while. Then I decided, then I found out that you could upgrade to Windows 10 free if you had a Windows 8 license. So I was like, oh, wait a minute. Let me just install my Windows 8. So I installed that, then upgraded to Windows 10. I was like, oh, nice, easy. And that somewhat worked quite well. And then for Windows 11, it was the same license key. And I think they've changed the model for how that works now, because you're supposed to change, because I've got one of those licenses that allows me to change any hardware. I just need to reactivate. But there are ones that are locked like to the motherboard, and you're not allowed to change it. So if you change the motherboard, you have to get a new license. So this is our current spawning thing, which is just an absolute mess. Create and spawn wave. You'll go to Linux eventually. Have you looked at how streaming is on Linux? Can you have OBS for Linux? I mean, probably, right? OBS for Linux. There's a Linux installation. To get the current wave, we are, let's actually remove this. I want to remove every single delay. Actually, I'm not even going to, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to disconnect that. I'm going to take this code and then this. Wait, this is the wrong, I'm looking at the wrong thing altogether. Whoops. It will be if I get a new PC, the one will be Linux. Don't you have a pretty decent PC at the moment? Because you've got a 4070 in your computer at the moment, which is a decent card. So your computer can't be that old. I do. Handle spawning groups. This is the handle spawning groups. I don't like this. I've thought of a way of doing this week. And I'm going to spend some time trying to do this today, but I'm going to try it from like a simple thing where we're not even going to do this, right? None of that. We're just going to start at the most basic level today. And we're going to say, what are we even going to do? We're going to say, let's do it this way. We're going to create our own array of booleans of type. Can I actually assign a type? Not boolean, bytes. What is it called? To the code. When do you think you would upgrade your PC, Braxton? E-enemy type. That's what I want. E-enemy. I'll eventually put together a small desktop PC for music room. I know my DAW works on Linux. Do you know if you would go with... I will make this a array. Do you know if you would go with a... Do you know what CPU and stuff you'd go for? So I've been Team Intel for a very long time. DAWs mentioned. Hi boom. Test. So I'd been using Intel since the dual core processor days. Because I had an AMD and it was not very good and I had endless issues, so I never went back. And then in recent years, I think Intel was just doing extremely well, so it was like, oh, okay. How are you today, Boom? Did you see how cool your game came out, Boom? Oh, I'm sure you saw it. I watched Mezu's stream where they were playing all the different games. I played your game. It was so cool. Your bugs glow, the eyes glow in the dark. It was a nice touch. I liked it. But yeah, so I'd go with AMD and an onboard graphics chip. I think most of the new AMD ones have... I actually haven't played yours, Temtech. Why have I not played yours? I'll play it after the stream. And features. I think I played Marius's one. You see what happened was they all came out. I played Marius's one because I have the source files on my computer. Then I got sick, so I was sick from Tuesday till Thursday, and then yesterday I went to work. So I have been like out of it completely. Did you enjoy the game times, Temptic? It looked like a lot of fun. We got a tester in. It's add some elements to our tester. Why are you sad? Why are you sad, Unreal? You have a 9950X and it's a monster. That is a monster CPU. Temptic, you have a 9950X. Wait, Boom has a 9900X. Temptic has a 9950X. What do I have? I think the one machine is a 9950X. Oh, I have a 9950X 3D. Which is an incredible CPU. When I upgraded my previous computer, I found like the CPU, I went to a 9th gen Intel, and I found that off of whatever I was previously on, didn't feel like a massive upgrade, which was quite disappointing. But this one felt like it was just an absolutely incredible upgrade, which has been good. I made Godot freeze my computer, but the CPU was too strong. It refused to actually crash my PC fully. That was fun. Was that when you were limiting Godot running in the browser to try and get the spawns to the speed of the game to slow down? No. Okay. Was this something different, Temptic? Is this a habit of yours? You just try and get Godot to freeze your PC? That's what happened yesterday. That happened. Oh no. What's better to learn first, Unreal Engine, C++ or Blueprints? Blueprints. Definitely Blueprints. I have a Ryzen 5 now with a built-in Radeon chip. The chip is disabled. It's back up for my GPU. Wait, did you like disable it, or does it get automatically disabled, Braxton? Because I believe, yeah, mine's automatically enabled. Not that it does anything. My old PC was a 9950X. I never used all the cores, and it was a toasty CPU. Oof. I disabled the chip of the mouse. Ah, okay. Well, my PC says it's been running for 17 hours, but it has been running for only 5. You good, Windows? So what Windows does, Temptic, is it actually doesn't completely shut down your computer when you put it shut down. Windows puts it in a super hibernation mode. So mine has been on, actually that's correct for once. Mine's only been on for 3 hours, 9 minutes. I've turned my computer on and it's been on for like 72 hours and I'm like, Windows, what? So Windows doesn't always, actually, I think my guess is you have fast boot enabled on your PC, Temptic, because I disabled fast boot because every time I turned on my computer after fast boot, it crashed. And I was just like, what? I would randomly get a blue screen of death with fast boot, and I don't know why, and I was just like, nope. But I also turn off the power. That's super weird then, Temptic. Maybe Windows isn't good, so it has 0 power. It does big sleep. You secretly have a, oh, I know what it is, Temptic. You turned off the power, but Windows uses such low power consumption in standby that it's the capacitor residual energy is enough to keep it going. That's what it is. No, I'm taking the piss. Definitely not. I think Windows just doesn't know what Windows is doing. Learn the way of the spaghetti code. Yes. Follow the boom. Boom is the master of the spaghetti. Spawn index. Wait, where's this? Don't just like randomly thing. Find references. Funny. It would be funny if Windows could do that though. It doesn't exist. Sweet. Spawn index. So get Copy. Also, hello to everyone. How are you? Funny enough, the time after my PC crashed when I booted it again. Oh lol. So this was because you were doing funny stuff in Godot, right? It wasn't the computer that just randomly crashed. Because I was quite annoyed that... Yeah. It's hibernated by default since 10, saves memory to disk, only boots when you restart or change the fast boot settings. Yes, so you are right, Alec. But if you disable fast boot, then I believe it no longer does that. And I've just fast boot disabled, and I find my computer actually works a lot better. So, one of the reasons why they say hibernation is good, from a power supply point of view, the worst time for your power supply is when it has that initial spike, which is when you turn on your computer. Because when you turn on your computer initially, there's like a spike of energy in the power supply. And apparently that's actually bad for the power supply. After that, it sort of settles down and it's fine. But it's that like initially there's like a very high sort of peak. And with hibernation, it prevents that because there's sort of like a trickle of energy that's always going into the computer to keep sort of its state alive. So when you restart it, it's not this massive jolt. That's how it was explained to me. I don't know how true it is, but there's that. I actually zoomed in too much. No, I forced a reboot. I actually zoomed in too much, and my GPU goes into TOGA mode when it boots up. Silent knows tech references. Yeah. What is cool, you know, TOGA. A toga party. Yes, I know a toga party, Temtic. It's wrong. Hibernation is no power. Sleep states is low power. Really? And it would have to use power, though. Hibernation uses an extremely low amount of power, but it still uses some power because you have to keep the... you have to maintain the internal clock. So it uses extremely low power, but it still has to use some power. I'm hibernating. Because if it was no power, then hibernation would be the same as your computer being turned off, which means you could disconnect the power, which is not true for hibernation. Because hibernation has to keep a clock or something running, which means it has to draw some amount of power, even if that amount of power is extremely low. Your clock is always running. Yes, it is, Temtic. Yes, it is. Your clock has to run, because otherwise everything would just go completely out of sync. Hence clock cycles. No, we don't want that. What do I want to do? I need to actually read my own code. Look at defaults, no, handle that. So that's done. That's my setup code. That builds the pools. Your clock gets messed up on power on, off, what? Your clock gets messed up on power off instead of hibernation. No, your clock always receives power regardless of the, unless unless it's off. So in order for your PC to hibernate, it can put stuff basically in a state where the internal clock has a battery like that. So that's the clock on the PC to know what time there is. But there's CPU clock timings that run to keep the RAM stuff basically in the RAM, the memory in the RAM still running, which requires extremely low amounts of power. Like in order to remain, because RAM is random access memory, it doesn't write memory to it. It's kept, its state is dependent by power running through it. So it has to have power on in order for it to maintain its state. Granted, the amount of power it needs to have on is like negligible, but is still tiny. Your RAM needs power. Goodbye, data. Yeah. And I think if your RAM has power, your CPU will have power because your CPU will have some stuff in it. I think in its cache. Because otherwise, does it actually? Fast boot saves data to disk rather than RAM before sleeping. So even if you power it off, the state is still saved. That's interesting. Yeah, so Tenebron, what that does, that might actually explain why sometimes when I rebooted my or turned my PC back on after using fast boot, it crashed. It like blue screen, so it would be fine if I did a fresh. If you cut the power, turn the computer on, it was fine. If you put the computer to sleep using fast boot, it would do that where it wrote everything to memory. It would be, Windows would start up fine. You could log into Windows, and then as it's getting everything ready, it would crash. Hibernate saves all the RAM state to disk and reloads when you boot again, versus sleep mode, which is just low power. But Hibernate still uses power. Also, it depends on what you're doing with your computer. So for example, I can turn my computer, put my computer into, I can shut down my computer, right? But depending on how you got your computer configured, or your BIOS configured, and what abilities your BIOS has, my computer could be in an off state, but certain USB ports could be in a powered state. So that you can charge things using computer when it's technically off, but powered, but still connected to the power. Like the hibernation state on the PlayStation 5 has a similar thing where it will keep the USB ports on for a certain amount. Both sleep and hibernate use power. Yeah, they have to use power. But like my PC will technically still use power when it's shut down because, well, one, all the RGB still goes disco on the motherboard. And two, I usually have devices plugged in that are charging, because imagine using an actual wall outlet. Hibernate uses less power because it saves the disk. Sleep keeps it in RAM. Yeah, I like that. That's a nice explanation. How's work this week, Tenebron? Did you have a good week? Okay, now I need to actually go through and find that thing. Return that to pool set act. Spawn enemies. Blah. Blah. That good? Wow. But summer is coming. It's getting warmer there. It was cooler this week. It was like 13 degrees. 14. Oh, I don't know. Between 13 and 16 was pretty mild, actually. So we call request enemy. We get the state. So we want this. We want this here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do handle state. I'm going to go call timer by event. Why not? The event is going to be a custom event. custom, not that custom event, the other custom event. The event dispatcher, create event function, and it's going to be called handle wave, that one. So let's do that. Is this correct? Hold on. So that's going to call, this is going to call that, but this needs to call that. Let's go with Wake on LAN exists too, where your NIC lives strong enough to power up the PC, which power up the PC. This talks because the memory controller or NIC can use such low power that the CPU, disk, and GPU. Yeah. Wake on LAN's been, man, Wake on LAN's been a thing for ages now. I think even TeamViewer supports Wake on LAN, but TeamViewer supports Wake on LAN if the motherboard supports it, so it still has to come via the motherboard. We got CVE popping up with Wazoo up the Wazoo recently, so we've got to do a ton of redemption projects now. Oh, great. It's been nice and mild for the last month here too. I like the weather at this time of the year. I find is very pleasant because it's not like overly hot and it's not overly cold. Like you go outside, you just need a jacket or a jumper and that's it. You don't walk outside and go, oh, make it stop. Thank you for the hydrate. What's South Africa at the moment, Sneebron? Is it back up to 30 degrees already? Thank you for the hydrate. What do you do, Alec? Ow. What is this? This is a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. Well, technically this is blueprints, but it will be. That's what it looks like. It's 25 here today, so not too bad. We're expecting to reach around 30 midweek. Ooh, good luck with that. I actually don't really miss the heat. Control engineer, program conveyor belts. Been learning to play with Unreal Engine and Blend the past few weeks. How's that been going? Are you having fun with it? I do not like this node. Why are you... It's not straight. Anyway. What are you planning on making in Unreal Engine and Blender? Let's set this to 5 seconds. Then we'll put a branch. We'll go Control CV, increment. Then we'll do greater. Actually, we want greater than or equal to greater equal. This actually means it's out of range. Q. That. Then we want this. num. I hate that every single, depending on where you use this, it's a different, there's a different name for it. So for example, in C++, this is called num. In blueprints, this is length. Like, I understand why it's called length in blueprints. That would make more sense. But considering it's a, isn't it a T array? So yes, it is a T array, which means that they could have just given me a nice name for it. So we do this, we'll say it's 1 second. And so it's going to do that. Hold on, so it's going to do this, it's going to do that. We're going to check. If it isn't, we're going to call I actually feel like I've set this up wrong, to be completely honest with you. Set timer by event. So this event is going to call itself. There's always too many different words for the same thing. I guess that's how it goes, right, Jenum? How are you doing today, Jenum? I think for arrays, I've only ever come across length and num. I don't think there's actually a, or size. Actually, some of them use size. I think initially in C++, it was size, and then you had to convert that from like a bit to an int or something. That's why I don't use words. Just use emojis for everything. Imagine that, coding with emojis. You could just put little pictures in the way you want them. You can make functions emojis. Did you know that? Did you know that? Want to see the most cursed thing ever? I'll ruin your day for you, Jedam. Emoji. There's the emoji encyclopedia. Close that. Here and V. That one didn't work. Can I find one that actually works? F2. There we go. So now we have the heart emoji, and what we can do is just call heart, and there's our function. We can also have variables. You didn't know this? Oh, it's going to open up so much of a world of opportunities for you. What about a variable named, you know, something like here? Let's have a tick as a boolean. You know, we can set the tick value. I'm not talking about Unreal Engine tick. No. There is a distinction between this tick. That's the event tick. This is just tick. So here, the function heart, when it finishes being executed, it then sets the array of, oh, actually, no, we don't want that as an array. We just want the single item. Yeah, we're going to change that. We set tick to true, you know, because that makes sense. This might actually be helpful in functions. Function heavy BPS. The first time we saw this, we were like, what? Like, no. Because I'd seen something like where someone had put like an emoji at the end here. And I think, actually no, I think it was in the name. They had added an emoji to the function name. And I'm like, what is going on here? This feels illegal. And then we tried it and it worked. And we were just like, no, please make it stop. I'm gonna add just like one of these just to annoy Marius. You know what we should do is like, this is how I'm gonna start doing delegates. Depending on what there are, we'll just make the delegate name like, just give it the world emoji for delegates because it can be accessed from everyone, everywhere. I've heard some AI coding tools mix in emojis. It's weird because if some of the AI coding tools are mixing in emojis, then it's probably quite likely that, well, the only way that would mean that people, the code that it reviewed had emojis in. So who's writing all this code that has all the emojis in? Because it must, like, that's got to be side projects. Because if you go into a company data, like company code, and there's emojis, people are gonna, I can't imagine there's gonna be very happy people there. I mean, ultimately, what an emoji is just, you know, a string of characters anyway. So it makes sense that it could be in the code. It's just weird. Configure wave spawn enemies. Where's that called from? Find a reference by name. Create event. Oh, right. Okay, that's a binding for that. Fine. So spawn enemies. We build the pool. Then we call setup pre-spawn enemies. Spawn enemies. Is this, which is handle wave, which comes down there. So this in theory should work. Why is that throwing out a thing? You never had an issue before. How dare you have an issue now? Name is illegal. You're illegal. None? Who said none? Who did this? Who called you? Someone said none. Someone has now angered me. I mean, it was me, so. But I've now upset the Unreal Engine code. So this was requested from a enemy manager request enemy. So somewhere in my code, this is gonna crash in Unreal, isn't it? Damn it. Okay. We'll restart the engine and go and fix it. I forgot to add the type somewhere. Oh, because the array is empty. Did I seriously not check the array before I put it in? It's actually kind of funny. My tea's finished. Almost finished. Try load and have a try load will have loaded this pointer if it is valid. I'm blaming the emoji. I'm gonna second that. I'm gonna blame the emoji too. It definitely wasn't my fault. The emoji was. It's definitely the emoji's fault that this all went horribly wrong. And it's all because I never actually added anything here. So that's bad code. Bad code. So what we should do is to go. God bless you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Let's try that again. Oh wait, I didn't add anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, A, B, A, B. Ah, you thought I was gonna say C, didn't you? Start. And nothing happens. I feel like I've set this up wrong. Set timer by event, where the timer will... I think this just does... Does this do that? Let's check. Start. We do that. We do that. We do that, which is correct. I'm guessing we're spawning up, but we never actually... What? 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Spawn index is 20. Where is spawn index being set? Let's just go spawn count. Copy that, paste it, spawn index, set it to 0. That, get that, put that there, delete that, put that there. Those two are now correctly aligned. Actually delete that, put that in there, take you, align you like that. Don't know why you're inside the code over there. Then what we want to actually do is, who adds this? The crest enemy should... Does that? Does it set it to active? It does. So we don't need to do set active. That's already done for us. That can just continue to there. That can be deleted. That can all be merged across. Then that's set to true. That sets it to in use pool. And then we just need to go... We can set that there, but we need to actually... There's a... You lost music. Hello, how are you doing? I need to add it to the array that is actually moved at tick. Where's tick gone? I'm doing. That's good. How is the... thing that you're working on, the environment stuff? Get, add this. Can this be added? Nope. So then which array am I supposed to be using? Because there should be an array that's ticked, which is this one, which seems to be wrong then. Where is base? Enemy set active, available pool, wine, create enemy. Going to work on the haunt scene today. It's fun, doing well, good. That's very good. You got that other scene done quite quickly. So when you got a help on the Discord the other day, you mentioned that one of the guys says you didn't know, you could tell that you weren't used to using Unreal Engine. Was that just because he was telling you to do things and you didn't know where to navigate for it? How goes the tower defense? It goes. That's all I will say. Yeah, I'm surprised how quickly they're going. Set enemy to start. What does that do? Ah, that's what we want. event. Set enemy to start. So if I go back to that, we go back to the viewport. Set enemy to start. Set enemy to start. That. Does it handle? It does. So we can take that, put it in there, delete all of that. Not sure why the delete key doesn't work. Why can't I delete this? Delete. Unreal? Do you want to maybe like talk about it? Do you want to like say something? Okay. We'll just put that down on the bottom since apparently I'm not allowed to delete this thing. Since when can't I delete stuff? I have to compile to delete. No, this is a new one. Okay. I guess we just make a part of the blueprint and we go. Apparently C key doesn't work either. Is Unreal just like, are you okay, Unreal? Do you want to talk about this to someone? Do I just copy this? I can't copy either. Reopen the blueprint. You could close and reopen. I get this often. What is happening? What was this enemy manager? Like half the blueprint just stops working. Oh, there we go. I don't actually get that very often, so I'm kind of like, what? It just seems like the basic functionality of what a blueprint should be able to do just decided no. Like, it woke up and just chose violence. It's like, what are you going to do today? Violence. Aren't you usually streaming by this at this time still, Jedem? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Stop. Oh, I never incremented it, did I? Whoops. I was starting to think discard pile for nodes was a feature. I was actually trying to make a discard pile for the nodes to put them. Like, I was gonna make a little section at the bottom where I was gonna put delete these when Unreal decides to work. What's your thoughts on adding anime cat girls to your game? If you want, I'll add that as a specific feature unlocked just for you, Boom. Like the bugs that you're gonna make me with anime with the cat bugs. Isn't this just the coolest bugs? Like, you got normal bugs, but these bugs all have cat ears. Also, how did you manage to put so many cat ears so quickly? Because I sent Boom this picture, and I got this picture back in like 3 seconds. And I've just realized that you even put it on all the small ones over there. I'm a gamer. You even put them on these ones. There's like a pixel. This is like 3 pixels over there, Boom. I didn't even notice that. I saw this one and that one, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. There's this one and this one. You missed this one. Ah. They need cat ears, okay? You probably find that they're even on here, but there aren't enough pixels left to render them. I need cat ears, okay. It does look pretty cool though. She has a point. What was I doing? What was I doing? Oh, right. I didn't set. Wait, I did set that up. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. We do that. We actually, I never call it again. So why does it do that? Am I using this wrong? Set timer by event. So we call the event the first time. Because I set the enemy to start. Set enemy to start. Wait, what does that do? Hold on. Set active location. Yeah, it doesn't do anything fancy. We go like that. Do that. We branch. You see, I thought this worked like a delay thing where what would happen is I would come in here, it would call this, it would set the timer, it would wait 1 second, and then call this event again. No. Hold on, I've just confused myself. Unless we do custom event test. I think a timer by event red pin hits the event node. I think it's a recursive call. I think I do this like that. Then we do all of this. And we go and we do a check at the end. Let's see, does this just spawn once and then stop? Or does it spawn? Yes, that's correct. Recursive call, so that should be correct. Then what we do is we come to the end and we do a test. So we check, is the spawn count greater than the length? If the spawn count is greater than the length, then we do nothing. Otherwise, so if it is true, actually no, we don't do anything. We actually don't need this because you don't need to do anything with the timer. Because what we're going to do is if it's not, we call handle what is it? Handle wave. Handle wave. Hydrate again. Can't possibly be time for a hydrate. Oh, thank you for the stretch, the hydrate, and the posture check. My posture is phenomenal. Save. That should now spawn 5 times and then do nothing, right? 1. Nothing. Unless this actually only calls itself once because it's not set to looping. Sets timer by event test. As far as I know, what this will do is when this gets called, it creates a timer. It calls this after that time has been executed. We do 1 second. We wait. So sets a timer for 1 second, calls this function. This function gets called. If this is that, then it gets executed. So we'll step through it. Press play. Start. So 1 second, we're going to spawn this. Then we're going to move to the next one. What is the result of this? It's true. Spawn count is 21. Ah, because I still messed that up. Okay. I'm programming today with like 5 hands behind my back. Okay, that looks better. 2, 3, 4, 5. And look, they're different, which means it worked. And it only spawned 6 of them. So that works, and that's correct. They're a bit close together. Actually, funny enough, these are spaced correctly, but because I had the pause, this actually... As much as this is a good node, I hate the fact that on how it works, where it uses time, which is technically correct, but if there's a frame rate drop, like when I'm testing, then it breaks. So you see now if I press start, it'll be completely correct. So it'll be smooth. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, stop. And that's it. That's the end of that wave. So then, now we've got that working. What I want to do is I want to test grouping. So I want to now spawn that group 2 times. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We'll spawn the group 2 times and then see what happens. Max once per frame. That's actually kind of helpful. Not for my use case, though. Alec, did you ever respond to my question about what you are making in Unreal Engine and Blender? Or did I just completely miss it? Which is highly likely. Nope. I did not. Okay, so this is a sub we've got in our planning session that we did. This is a spawn item. I didn't. It's secret. It's what it is. Spawn. Enemy. Spawn index. Spawn group index. I have a spawn group index already. It's a super secret mission. I will be right back. I've returned. Friends and I are trying to task horror-orientated games. I've been trying to learn ARPG mechanics when I feel stuck on group projects. Nice. Sounds like fun. I think it's actually a lot of fun to build a game with friends. Okay, so I put this here before the break because I wanted to remind myself about things. And actually, I forgot. There we go. Okay, so after we spawn an enemy, and increment this, we do the test. This basically means that we are repeating. So repeat current spawning. And then this means that we are moving to the next wave. Move to next wave spawn group. So spawn index we need to set. Why can't I just do this? So spawn index I'm going to set to 0. Then spawn group we're going to increment. And then basically we can call whatever the parent node is. Which in this case is handle wave. See, actually, this is where it's becoming a bit... Or it's actually helping me figure out what I need to do, because handle wave now is actually correct. This is handle spawn group. So, handle spawn group. Wait, did I have that as a separate one as well? Oh, that's that one. Handle spawn group new. Insert emoji. So handle spawn group new, fantastic. So we do that, we do that. Now, what else will we do? So we've got the 2 of those, like that. So that calls this. Then we need another one, which basically... Let's move this down. Is going to be... Actually, wait, this is handle next enemy spawn. That's what we're going to call it. Then custom event handle next spawn group. And that's going to be set timer by event again. And let's make it 2 seconds. And we'll create a custom event. No, custom event. We want the other one, which is the event dispatcher. Just create event. How did you learn Unreal? So I learned Unreal Engine from a Udemy course, or a series of Udemy courses. So promote to variable. On group timer handle. Would you like the links to the ones that I used? I'll call this one test, or let's make a custom event like this. We'll call it test. Call this test. And that will be the one that does this. Now what this will do is it will call, for now at least, it'll do a check. If the spawn group index is less than this, for now, how we'll do that is we will just call handle enemy spawn. That's handle enemy death. Handle next enemy spawn. Well, that's why it's not called handle next enemy spawn. So as long as it's less than, let's do 4 waves just to see if it's working. We do that. So this should run 4 times and should spawn that list 4 times now. So start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Should be a space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That didn't work. To the drawing board. If the spawn group index is less than 4, which it is, we call handle this. We call handle this. Do we do that, or just call spawn enemy? Should just be this. Right, we'll check. So let's put a breakpoint here, breakpoint here, and a breakpoint here, and see what happens. Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breakpoint. Spawn index is equal to 0. Then the spawn group is equal to 1. Ah, we didn't call anything. That would be why. So after completing this, we then call handle next spawn group. Handle next spawn group. Like that. I think we can remove these now. Let's try again. Start. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1. Aha! It's working. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And a break. That's exactly what I want. Because I want these like groups of enemies to be spawning, where it gives you a bit of a buffer between when they're coming, but we can then have multiple groups like this that are spawning. I think I want to simplify the entire approach. Instead of having like where we can spawn individual ones thing, if I want to have 20 individual ones, I'm just going to make an array of 20 individual ones. It's not like it's going to be much setup very often. Braxton lurking! I'm curious now that I've used it myself. Why don't you use the level sequencer for things? Sort of 2 reasons. One, my understanding of using the level sequencer is for timing based things, and I've only used it in the context of making environment design stuff, so I actually don't know how to implement it in normal Unreal Engine, funny enough, because I've never used it. My guess is, maybe you know a bit more about this, I could probably set up a sequence of events using it, since it's the sequencer, and then I would just call it and have that happen. For this kind of stuff, because of the customization that I want, it would make sense. What is something that I would use it for? If I had a series of like very specific timed events, like I want it to have the camera in a certain position to see a meteor hit a specific location and then move back somewhere else. That's like where I'd use it. I think partly it's I don't know where I should be using it other than like camera transition stuff. So I mean, have you seen the videos that I've made, Sukulos, using the level sequencer? I have not. Oh. So on my YouTube, there's a playlist that exists called Cinematics. They're not instructional, they're just what I've done with the 11 sequencer. So there's like... That's so loud. These are all done using the level sequencer. So you'll see like here... As the camera's, so here as the camera's moving, I'm moving the sun. That's basically what I've done a lot of, is move the sun somewhere. The sun control, the sun moved there for that one. This one is all done using 11 sequencer. It's like what I'm doing with the camera thing. Yeah. So this one is, the first half of the video is just moving the camera around the scene and trying to get the camera to feel like the movement is at a certain pace but not too fast. Here I've got you'll see, it's probably hard to see, but there's Niagara particles in the background there. There's a bit of Niagara particles here. Those would always run, but what I did do is, for a lot of these I had what was called pre-warm-up. So what that meant was, when I rendered these scenes out, the engine would render basically 30 frames and just throw them out, wouldn't save them to disk, and then start rendering, and that gave enough time for like the Niagara particle systems to sort of get themselves set up. Here is the one where I think the transition with, I actually move the sun down over the horizon. Getting that lined up was a bit of a pain. That was an interesting one, because logically it made no sense. It just looked cool, which is why I put it in. The warm-up frames. The warm-up frames are actually very important to use. Then this is just more of a collection of moving the camera around and that kind of stuff. That's all of that. And these are all, what are they called? Assets from Fab Marketplace. And then this was a texture that I had, and you'll see there's like star movement there. That's using a time node on like some certain parts of it. So you'll see there's a few of them. Like, there's another one there for a shooting star effect. Because this is just a skybox. This is another one that I did. This is also using the sequencer node, and this is literally, all this is the camera moves to a certain point and then just rotates when it gets to a certain point to look up at something else, and that was the whole thing. The trees moving and the leaves moving, that's the foliage. It does it all by itself. It's very powerful for what you can do. I'd like to actually get more into it. I just have not. I think it'd be pretty cool to do. I need to figure out where to use it in sort of the game dev side, because I know Stevie is looking at using it for some of her things, and I think I could do some cool sequences with it. Gamion, hello. I saw you were streaming early this week, but I couldn't watch you because I was supposed to be asleep. It was like midnight. Have you considered building spawns and spaces in an array, or are all your waves going to have the same pattern array? So with what I'm setting up at the moment, that allows me to have spawns and spaces. So you'll see if I press F8 here, that's what I basically was trying to set up, is that I spawn one enemy of a type, a different type, and then this is a 2-second gap, and then it's the next one, 2-second gap, and the next one. So I've actually got a whole design for it that I've drawn up, which is this. But I haven't gone through, but I haven't actually implemented it properly. I'm using like dummy data just to build what do I need and where. You need to do all the sequences. Just throw the whole game into a sequence. Put the loading of the levels into a sequence, just absolutely everything. Oh, did I pause my music? Oh, I just completely killed the music. Oh no, it's the next song. Whoops. You can call sequences and blueprints as long as there's an option in your scene with the parameter controls. You can modify the sequencer. All kinds of typos in that. And somehow I kind of got the gist. As long as there's an object in your scene with the parameter controls, you can think, right, fine. Is the pattern going to be static? Per level, yes. So for example, level 1 on a specific, the first wave on a specific level will be static. So you'll have, what would you call it? Map 1 will have the same static enemies for the first wave. Then the second wave will have something different, third wave, and the fourth wave. So for example, there's a data array. Where is it? This one, which actually will be used to define what is going to be shown at each one of the waves. So for example, this data table is assigned to the first, what would you call it? The first level. So this is the first wave, which would consist of enemies A and B spawning as 1 2 1 2 1 2 5 times over. Then we would have another group. So they're just called enemy A and B at the moment because I've just defined like 4 types and that's it. But yeah, so I could do that. Then wave 2 can be completely different. Wave 3 could be completely different. And then this file changes for every single one of them. So I could, for example, have this, I could have a boss wave put in here where all I do is I just define the type as a boss. And I can set it as just one type. And then what I'll do is I'll set it as a build wave so that when the next wave doesn't, well, the next wave won't start until this wave is complete. But I can also make it that when a wave completes, that it doesn't start the next one automatically. It will go into what's called a build phase, which means that you have to physically click the start next wave button. I think I've done what you're describing before. I wanted to make a new character animation system from an existing one, so I put the new scene in and used a sequencer to do it. Ah, okay. I've only, my entire thing with sequences that I've used is with the movie render queue. You can change quite a lot of things. It's really useful. I try to use, there's a Rails system that Unreal Engine has now. Like a dolly system that you would have on a movie set. I tried to use that, but I didn't quite figure out how to use it properly. I was also under time crunch. Funny enough, that was for the video that I made a while back. Why do I have so many tabs open? So this one, it's so weird seeing myself. This part here was with the sequencer, and I was trying to do, I played around with this a few times, like I had a dolly in place. It was actually going to come from the water side and then zoom in and this and that. And basically this was at like 11 o'clock at night, and I was trying to do this for like the next day or something. So I eventually just decided just do it a straight camera pull in and that's it, and you know, just make it easier. What I might do with the sequencer is I have a few Easter eggs that I'm thinking of adding to the game. And there's a few of those things that might just be easier to do using the sequencer. Well, probably will be easier to do using the sequencer. Did you see YouTube is coming out with the ability system of vertical and horizontal at the same time? You know that I try to catch your stream multiple times this week just to come into your stream and tell you that exact thing. I read it, and my first thought was, I have to tell you this thing. But yes, I did see it. Do you know when it's coming out or how it's going to work? Because I've looked and I'm more confused than ever. It's one of those things where I'm actually surprised Twitch hasn't implemented it first. But I guess because of, I'm almost expecting Twitch to start having a shorts kind of thing for all the posts that people play and that kind of stuff towards the end of Q4. Okay. I'm very curious to see how it's going to work. My guess is all it's going to do, my understanding of it is you can just broadcast to the same stream key twice with 2 different setups. Like, I think that's what they're gonna do. Kind of like, I suppose, sort of like how Twitch works now with the AV1 encoding system, where you send, I don't know, 6 streams at a time, 5 streams at a time. What's it? Twitch. It's so funny that the first thing you come into the stream today to tell me is that I've been waiting all week to tell you. Last night I learned that you can stylize the background of your Unreal Engine blueprint editor. You can even plug in an animated material. Yes. Have you ever watched Boom stream, where Boom has a guy cooking spaghetti in the background of the spaghetti? The streamer had the Matrix characters following the background. That's pretty cool. It was Bloom. Oh yeah, there you go. Deleting my code. Oh, what was it? Twitch broadcasts. Not Twitch broadcasts. Twitch Inspector. Why do I have to log into my own account? So here's Twitch Inspector, and Twitch Inspector, if we click on today's stream, you see those are all the different outputs that I'm sending to Twitch, which makes up like the 20 kilobits per second I'm sending. So I'm guessing YouTube will do a similar thing where on the same stream key, they'll just go, here's this one at like, here's the standard, vertical, and here's the horizontal one. But I think it's it's one of those things where YouTube was even saying like the amount of discoverability, because they were promoting it as, you know, discoverability for your channel, and I was like, yes, I know it works, I've seen it work. I have no idea what's going on in the stream at the given moment. Random things flying everywhere. A classic Boom stream. Usually if someone comes and says, hey, did you see the streamer doing crazy shit in Unreal Engine, they're referring to Boom. Yeah, that is true. There's, I don't know which one of the blueprints it is, but Boom has a specific one that just has the spaghetti in the background. Like the guy's making spaghetti in the background. That makes me chuckle. The issue with Boom stream is I can't always watch Boom stream at work. I can listen to it, but I can't let people see that I'm watching, because how do you explain to your boss, no, I promise it's Unreal Engine related, even though there's a dude cooking spaghetti on the screen, there's a fire truck, there's a cat on fire, and there's missiles going off all over the place. How about a background of a screenshot of another blueprint node that looks like you're actually there to confuse them? To your boss, it's R&D. Gamion, I get confused with my own blueprint. Now you want me to have a background of other blueprints to confuse me even more? It's just going to be an entire stream of me going, why can't I select this blueprint? Why is this not working? Well, oh, it's a background. a weird. So I was using Unreal Engine 5.6 this week at work. I finally did the changeover, which means I need to do it on my project because my work one is ahead of me, and that's embarrassing. And I don't know what they changed, but at least in my work context, the recompile and load the C++ code on 5.6 was like a ton faster and so much more stable, and I don't know why. It's really weird because I generally actively avoid using it, but the stuff that I was doing required just like quick C++ recompiles, and I didn't want to close down the entire engine, restart it. So I was like, let me just try it, and I was like, this thing is like actually quick today. Have you figured out which way is up? So it's very simple to figure out up now in Unreal Engine. It's whichever one I think it is, it's not that one. If I think it's Y, it's not Y, it's Z. If I think it's Z, it's not that, it's probably X. Reason for upgrading project, embarrassed. Usually I was like one engine version ahead of my work, but I'm still on like 5.5 and now works on 5.6 and I'm like, it's time. Funny enough, Crimson was telling me about a bug in 5.6 that causes a memory leak in the editor. But there's like, for some reason, there's no official go out and here is the concrete evidence of it. I've seen like a few people in the Discords and different places like complain about it, and Crimson was complaining about it. And then last week, Marius was complaining to me, he's like, this editor, why is Unreal Engine so shit on my laptop? It runs for a bit and then becomes crap. And I'm like, yeah, there's a memory leak in there. He's like, what? And then I immediately had a look at his pull requests and saw, well, not his pull request, but his project, and saw he downgraded Unreal Engine. I was like, lol. And apparently after that was fine. So I'm a bit worried about doing that. Oh, he has a better... I'll just upgrade to 5.7. And then I can blame it on 5.7 altogether. Secure asks, which version of Unreal Engine are you using? Is it the one where they've changed the up-down?
Yeah, I know we lost touch, but I'm still here. We were young, we were kids.
One thing that confuses me, it might just be me, but if you notice there's no gizmo. Why is there no gizmo? But, oh, I didn't, huh? I pressed, is it Alt? How do you turn off the gizmo? Apparently it was off, but I pressed W and turned it on. Okay. I don't mind tracing down bugs cold, but tracing down memory leaks is a special kind of hard, yes. It's a funny thing because in theory, now this is theory, which means it's not practice, it should be easy to identify where it's coming from. Because if we just like continue to look at the memory stack and see what is growing and then identify that, we should be able to, but it doesn't work like that. It feels like there's no tools available for properly looking at memory to identify that kind of stuff unless I just don't know where they are. 5.6. You're on 5.4, so you're on the same. I actually have no idea what version I'm on. I think I'm on 5.5. I am on 5.5. Memory full report. But how much information does that give you, my dog? Is it like useful, or is it just a complete information overload where Unreal just about gives you what your CPU has in its memory timings as well, and you just like, there's 400,000 lines of stuff and you're just like, it was only open for half a second. What are you talking about? It's half off. It's half overloaded. Good for you, object set. Okay, I need to have a look at that at some point. I want to do it for my my work project because I'm trying to look at ways of improving stuff. Because stuff is fine now, but we have like plans to do other things, and I'm like, I wonder how that's gonna work. I messed up a couple versions because I hadn't used Unreal Engine in a while. At least Unreal Engine is a lot more stable at the moment. When I first got Unreal Engine 5.5, I used to save more than I used to save basically every 30 seconds because it was a very prominent GPU bug that would cause Unreal Engine to crash. Like your GPU would just get unloaded because something went wrong, which would cause Unreal Engine to crash. And the main reason I know it was a problem, well, other than I got it thousands and thousands of times, is as soon as 5.1 came out, if they fixed the bug and I didn't get a crash again. I also work solo, so I don't have anyone else pressuring me to upgrade. I mean, there's technically, if you're on a version that works and you aren't looking for a new feature, then you can just stay. There is no reason for me to upgrade other than sort of keeping aligned with what we have at work. Mydrong, are you going to stream? I'm guessing you're going to stream today. You seem to stream like almost every day of the week at the moment. I struggle to catch your streams during the week. This was a particularly bad week as well. You're doing family stuff today, no stream. I'll steal all your YouTube viewers then. I came out a little too evil. New video done. That was fast, took you last. Like, you go through these a little too quickly. It's not a bad thing. It's just I look at how long. It's just like you seem new to Unreal Engine and then you just come in and you're like, done. I'm here for the side of villain arc. YouTube chat was very active and now it's a little quiet. It does that. It comes in like peaks. Like you'll come in and it'll just be like random things. Oh, but some of the stuff that gets there on your stream, I just sit there and laugh. It's just like, what is happening? Why can I not change the size of this? Oh, because I've got this massive... Whatchamacallit, okay, we don't want to talk about that. I'm going to have more complex stuff to challenge myself more. I'm not new per se. Fair enough. Make a live service game. No, just no. I value my spare time. Not that I have much of it. I got so many people coming in asking for life advice. That's the thing, it's like they see you and it's like not even related to game dev. It's just like, what do you think about this thing? It's like, where does that come from? Like, why would you guys be wanting to rely on me for that life advice? Because you got your shit together. You see, you're at the point where you can stream. You've obviously like figured out like something to be able to sit there and stream in front of people. My game is technically live server, but only relies on Steam. Actually, that is a good way of doing live service, tying it to Steam, because odds are if Steam is doing the heavy lifting for you, you're like, you know, you're gonna be like fine, because then it's not too bad. I'd use Steam and I'd use Epic because Epic just has Fortnite money, so it's great. I've done UE audio demos and worked on. Oh yeah, I remember you did the UE audio demos, and then you kind of just moved away from it, and I was sad because I like Unreal Engine. So we have this mess. Actually, what I wanted to do is change my data structure again. So let's close Unreal Engine editor because boy, does Unreal Engine hate it if you change a struct while it is open. I mean, if someone was making a game in UE and I had to, we needed to keep working on it. I don't know anyone working on Unreal Engine at the moment, though. That's the only issue. There's like no one working in it. It's a dead engine. That is... Oh, that's the one I'm looking for. Unreal Audio turned out to be more straightforward than I expected. It's a part of the engine that I haven't touched much. Actually, I feel like it's a part of the engine that just gets extremely neglected for the most part. Because I'm thinking, like... There's not even, like... There's some cool things you can do, and there's not really, like, very many fancy things that we do with it. That reminds me of an audio bug that I need to report at work. Well, it's not a bug, it's just a modification that needs to be made. The UE audio can work out of the box for simple purposes. I studied the Lyra project to learn how their sound banks and mixes work. All the pros use WYs. Ah, okay. I can still do some complex stuff with it. I don't know enough about audio to do the complex stuff. Like, I understand enough about audio for the most part, but not at that level. Like the audio programming you're doing when you're looking into how a wave file, for example, is structured, like half of that I don't quite understand. Oh, Braxton, how are you? Oh, welcome back, Braxton. Do you have first cup, Braxton? Have you had first cup? If you haven't had first cup, why not? I did not. Do you not think there are more important things to be doing right now then, Braxton, if you haven't had first cup? I'm able to set up sequencer to do things. I'll make coffee in a second, nice. I'm able to do sequencer to set up things like interactive and procedural audio. Ooh, that's pretty cool. There was a Spider-Man game, I think the Miles Morales one, that had some really cool music effects that tied into... There was like game built around audio interaction, which was pretty cool. I think Fortnite has a mode... Fortnite has Guitar Hero built into it now. And I've seen it before, and I'm so curious how that whole system works. AKA schematics. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. I would love to work at Epic, but the problem is I feel like I'd get no work done because I'd just be going around and trying to figure out how all the different pieces of the things they've built work. Like if I could spend just a day looking at how they built Fortnite just from a how did they do this system? How did they do that system? Like one of the places I'd love to start is how did they build the their basically Guitar Hero, just because it's not something you see very often anymore. When I first got into the game studio, my first project I learned was WYs, WYs, because it had a certification program. Ah, that makes sense. And I worked through it. Nice. That's why I thought about Google search. Then I started working and very quickly became jaded. Wait, what do you mean? About the Google search? Did you play Don't Starve together? Did you find this game awesome? I did play it. I don't know. I played it with friends and I got a bit confused, so I didn't play it for very long. I only played it for about an hour. I didn't get the certification because it cost money, but I learned all about the material and technical sides of how to do the audio actually works. That's good. One of the team at work knows about the certification. Oh, right. I wish them and figured out how it works. Right, okay. I have my iced coffee here. Agenda later today is market research, going back to the basics to figure out how to wishlist traction. I'm about to enter the closed beta. Ah, nice. I've heard that with the... I've heard sort of a mixed things with Steam wishlisting system. Apparently, you're supposed to only get like your wish list in like the last few months before you're releasing, because then people are more likely to get it, and because of how the system works. But I don't know how true that is, and I just heard so many things about it. Like obviously there's a click-through rate of number of people that have wishlisted your game versus how many buy it. You're about 5 months from early access now. It's soon. That's super soon. Learning WYs. Oh, so you can... That's interesting. So you can learn all the fundamentals of it for free, and then you just pay to get the certification. 6 months. What is the 6 months in relation to? The learning, the WIs or the early release? Hold on, I needed to do this. So spawn amount, spawn interval, pre-group delay, spawn in groups, false. This we're no longer going to use. Follow path we don't need, but that's fine, okay. Took me a month and a half to work through the fundamental stuff. How much time, so the fundamentals one that you did, is that like a few hours per day, or was that like almost taking it as a course study thing where you literally spend like your whole day working on it? Usually if I wait longer than 6 months for wishlist a game, I forget about it and not follow through with the purchase. Ah, right, okay. That makes sense. I think the other thing is there's a time wish if you've wishlisted a game. I'm not sure if Steam always notifies you that it's out. So for example, if you have a game on Steam and you set a discount on the game, Steam will only send a notification to people if I believe it's the discount is greater than 20%. I might be wrong, 20 or 25%. Which is why it's like quite common to see, I think, 30%-ish discounts on games. Because otherwise people, if people have wishlisted it and it's released, they don't send out, they won't send it out, because otherwise you could put a discount of 1% and it would get an email to everyone that's wishlisted it, which is not really fair. I wonder if studios looking for audio help look for WWS certs? Probably. Well, I have to be generous because the game needs players to matchmake with. Ah, I forgot about that. So, Game on You, does that also mean you've got to have quite a low entry price so that more people can buy it to be able to matchmake with each other? Thank you for the hydrate, the pasta chick, and the stretch. And since it's multiple, my goal is at least 10k wishlist by early access. Nice. That translates to what, 1,000 players. I mean, 1,000 players would be incredible. Even 1k is a great starting base for sure. I mean, if I right now, when I release my game, if I get 100 like that actually purchase it, I'll be extremely happy. I mean, for me, it's more of a, it's gonna be my first release, so I'm just wanting to get this thing out the door. Okay, so that's now set up. That's now set up, but that's just named wrong. So what does this do? So this does handle. Man, I've got to get better naming. Handle next spawn group. Spawn group. Spawn group. That weird moment where what you actually want to call it is spawn group, but you can't call it spawn group. Time for breakfast and some yard work. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you very much. Keep well. Good luck with your early access and your beta and all that kind of stuff. We'll see you around. So schematics, are you working on something? Actually, let me have a look at this. So what we want is the array X number of times. So 1, 2, 3, 4 X number of times, right? Or do we do the spawn group X number of times? Because we can do the spawn group and then we can say how many times you want that spawn group to run. No, I want this to be generally defaulted to 1. I want this to be the one where what we'll do is we'll go through this and we will spawn it. So this will do, where is it? I'm in the learning phase at the moment. Are you learning game dev? Or I guess you're learning game dev since you're here. Are you learning a particular engine? And which part? So you're in the learning phase. Are you learning like game dev, programming, modeling, level design, audio design? Random, complete sort of shift, change on topic, but I was reading a few weeks ago about how ray tracing works and some of like the mechanics behind ray tracing in games works. I thought was quite interesting. C+++++++++. So, how can we do this? Let's do it with the colors. Let's go like this there, this there. 2. So what we want is purple. Apparently all want purple. So this is what we're going to do. So we've got 1, 2, 3, and 4. We've got that. Then so that's that. Now that would go there, and then that would go like there, for example. So it'd be individual item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blah 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 blah. Then it'll be space, and then it would start the next group, and that would be. And that would encompass an entire wave. Just the blue one. And that's what we want. Because then we can change the individual array amount. So this could be A, B, A, B, A, B, or whatever we want. But we could build this thing from that. I got some programming knowledge. I'm decently fluent in Lua. Ooh. I'm currently learning Unreal Engine 5, starting with blueprints, then I'll work with C++. So you're doing it the correct way. Nice to hear that. So how are you finding Unreal Engine 5? Because there's a lot to it. Like you can be proficient, very proficient in very specific parts of, like, you could be very good at Niagara, for example, but not how to do some of the other things. There's obviously overlaps between them that always help. Do you have an end game project in mind when you finish learning it? So this will be set up pre-spawns is going to be a branch. It's not going to be a branch. Now this was the previous one. So this says we get the enemy. For each enemy we spawn the amount. No, this is actually wrong. Spawn group means we spawn each item array, then move to the next. Non-spawn means we spawn thing before we... Okay, so it's not that one. It's not that, it's this. Also, is there any reason you chose Unreal Engine 5 over other game engines? The reason I ask is I know a lot of people start with either Unity or Godot. Those are sort of the popular choices these days. Like, my own story with Unreal Engine 5 is I'd started with Unity many years ago. I'd been a C++ developer since university. Must be a misogynist. I can get that. Me and my buddy wanted to make a ghost phasmophobia. Masochist is actually what... Did I say misogynist? I meant masochist, sorry, yes. Me and my buddy want to make a ghost phasma style game. However, I probably do simulation stuff. Oh, nice. That's exciting. The problem with starting with Unreal Engine is it's so poorly documented and not beginner friendly. Godot is much better documented and easier to start with. Unreal is one of those engines where, at least I found, you start the engine and you actually have no idea what to do. Like, to get things, like, there's the play button, great, but you don't know what to do. Source code is documentation. So, I feel like with Unreal Engine, the best way of actually starting is watching a tutorial where someone explains how to do something. And then once you figure out that part and why they're doing that, it starts to make a little bit of sense. Doing C++ for Unreal Engine seems like black magic still. It's not, it's simple. It's just, you know, you just self-document. Like if we look, you know, there's nothing complicated about an actor that's a U object that references a U object base utility, which references a U object base, which references a U object base, but is a friendly class to the U object base utility. And you're like, wait, didn't you just say that? Yes, I did. That was this one over here. That's my favorite example. Look at this. Like, wait, you're a U object base, but you're referencing the one that was above you. Yes. I mean, we're only even going to start it with a U class, which is a U struct, which is a U field, which is a U object, which then comes back down to this whole thing all over again. Spider-Man pointing meme? Exactly. Classic things. Class things, spits. It works. Yeah. I think starting with blueprints is perfectly fine. Just stay there. Even if you stay there forever, that's perfectly fine. And then somehow it ties in with the engine where you click your way to victory. Yes. Wait till you start seeing some of the nuances where there's variable types that exist only in C++, but not blueprints. But you can get access to it in blueprints by referencing it and making the pointer. You can make a pointer to it in your C++ class, and then you can access it. In case you're wondering, I've had that happen. I'm still mad that that happened. And the object that I'm talking about is the U world. Or technically it's the U level, which has like 3 different names. And this was all because I didn't want to have to access, it was like the world or something. I wanted like the reference to the specific thing, the specific level or whatever it was, as a, what did I have it at? It was like a, it's a soft object pointer because I didn't want it loaded until I wanted it loaded. Oh, actually, it was this one here. Yeah, that one there. This you can't do with blueprints. It makes me mad. I spent 2 weeks checking out the utility in Godot, and honestly, I just enjoy the graphic graphic possibility with UE. I'm not big with 2D, and I feel most Unity games I have the same look. Oh wait, we have ads. Let me just wait for the ads. Eventually you reach a point where every answer is how do I starts with cost to it. Or throw an interface on everything and then does implement. Tongue left on the adverts. Only been streaming for 2 hours. I suppose it did start like an hour late today. It was my own fault. The best part, if you want to build for PlayStation, just change EXE to PS5. Oh, Sikilos. Man, building for PlayStation is just sounds horrible. I thought about like would I want to target, you know, other platforms like PlayStation. I think targeting Xbox seems simple-ish in the sense that, okay, they're both 64-bit architecture, which helps, but I think I'm not sure. Do you have to have a dev kit for Xbox as well now? Because Xbox games to this point where it's like, basically if something's made for PC, we'll just run it on Xbox and it'll be fine. Does Xbox exist anymore? Xbox is just a TV version of Windows. It just seems to be like, you know, you've got Xbox Game Pass on your PC. It's just like that, but on... I think it even runs like a Windows OS, just like stripped down. Like if you're on X audio 2, it runs on both PC and Xbox. Because Sony got mad at Microsoft because Microsoft had a bunch of games that were Xbox exclusives, and they were just like, we'll just throw it on. Jammers. Nothing wrong with it. It just feels Unreal is for sure the engine of the future. Unreal does feel like it's the engine of the future. Also, I actually own the engine since you had to pay it monthly. You've had Unreal for a long time. Yeah, PlayStation requires a dev kit and you have to apply for it. The dev kit's like £20,000 or something if you don't return it or something. I haven't seen the PlayStation 5 dev kit. I saw the PlayStation 4 dev kit, not in person. I saw like people that got access to it. That was quite something. I think I might be mistaken, but like Unreal actually has tools. So I think Unreal's Zen server. Do I have Zen server on here? There's the Zen dashboard, but Unreal's Zen server and their like pipeline system allows you to actually like preload builds onto PlayStation 5 now for sort of development and stuff. They've got like a whole bunch of really cool optimizations that they've made to make the whole process faster. For all Microsoft's pitfalls, at least it seems to want people developing on their platform. True. Sony kind of just seems like it's an inconvenience for them that you want to make a game for the PlayStation. Can I Oh, I can't. So to be like, that's our black box and you can't have it. Sticks out tongue. There was actually a lawsuit recently with Sony. Well, I say recently, like the last couple of years, where the UK was something in either EU or the UK was suing Sony basically for non-competitive sort of practices, because the only place you can buy PlayStation games is the Sony store or digitally, and it was more expensive to buy a PlayStation game from the PlayStation store than it was a physical disc. Then it gets hacked for the 20th time in a row. Lol. So apparently the UI on the PlayStation 5 is built using React. This we need to delete because it was confusing me earlier. This we don't need because we actually finished that and saved that. Let's commit because that's good. Have you guys seen there's a new feature on GitHub desktop, I don't know if anyone's actually using it, where you can generate commit code based on Copilot? Like, how does this work for... Wait, I didn't change any of you. What are you doing? Remove unused spawn groups and property. Oh, okay. I mean, technically that's correct. I added a whole Obsidian file to this. You can't see what's in there, obviously. I didn't even use ChatGPT, so I have no AI. They're putting AI everywhere. It was one of those weird ones where I was like, I saw it the other day and I was like, do we really need this? I often find that it puts too much information in, like it writes a whole essay inside the description. I'm like, yeah, we don't need that much information. Like, I added like 2 files to Obsidian and it was like writing a whole paragraph here. So I'm like, my dude, no, calm down, it's okay. That's the nice thing about how audio engine companies do their pricing plans, where they only really pay if you make money. Miscellaneous fixes, easy, just for everything. What would you like the commit message to be? Yes. Wait, I committed those and then the other changes that I made just vanished. Maybe it's because there were no changes. I wanted to... It's not really worth the effort, but I wanted to actually see some of the debug information for my pull stats on the game thing, but that's all built in C++, which means that I can't have pretty... I suppose I could have pretty debug messages if I really wanted. We just take apart print string. Where is print string? There it is. Give the C++ code. Will it give it to me? Nope. Oh no, it's thinking about it. It's thinking. If it opens it in Visual Studio, Unreal Engine and I are gonna have a fight. We're gonna have a fight. I'm currently attempting to make a tic-tac-toe game. That could be pretty cool. That should be quite straightforward because it's just, you just use an array to kind of keep track of stuff and then, yeah. Build Sudoku using Unreal Engine. I mean, that's also just 2 arrays. Or technically more than 2 arrays. It's 10 arrays. Or 11 arrays, because it's an array of arrays. Or you could build it just... No. Just build it using a matrix. I was bored the other day and I wanted to play Sudoku, but I didn't want to go to someone's website and play it. So I opened Claude and asked it to make Sudoku for me, and then I just played it in the answer browser there. Better graphics, Minesweeper, yes. Okay, so that's handle next spawn. So now what I need to do is actually get this pulling in data. So I suppose what I do is, I mean, the easy way of doing this, I'm going to move this all into C++ at some point. Funny enough, I actually think half of this would just be easier in C++, which is weird, but I'm going to force myself to do it in Blueprints and then move to C++ later on. So we've got this, then handle next spawn group should, at this point, like fetch the next lot of data than you. So get the next data thing that we need, and that's for the next spawn group. And then this one should just have, we've got this test array, so what we're going to do is this test array should get populated by this thing over here. I wish there was a plugin, maybe I should get one. Wouldn't it be nice if you could do this in Unreal Engine where you could draw? So let's say we take this like this. Welcome in, Raiders! Rest in peace, TV. Is that rest? I think that's how you say that. How are you doing today? How was your stream? What were you working on? Let's give you a shout out. That's the wrong one. That's the one I want. Yeah. So in Unreal Engine, if you could just like draw, so you could just draw on your blueprints and just go, like that, and just have a button where you can press clear or delete. I think we need that in Unreal Engine. We're under attack. Oh, that's so cool. So sword. I was working on my Unreal Engine project. What are you making on Unreal Engine? Making a game? Is there a plugin that allows you to draw on blueprints? This is Unreal Engine plugin draw on blueprints. A robot building sim, that's pretty cool. Why do you want to draw on blueprints? I want to be able to go this array like this. I want to go that I'm referring to this thing here, so I can come back and then do it and then erase it. You know, like this is referring to that as well, and then like this is referring to that as well. Also, I could leave messages for myself, you know? I accidentally opened that. Oh, I forgot on the Blender controls. There we go.
You don't like the lights, but it's camera time. Said take the picture, but you roll.
You could pause things by reference. Yes. But I just want to physically draw on all my nodes. Why not just use node comments? I mean, I can, but I literally just want to like reference, say that this thing has something to do with this, so that when I come back to it later, I know that I'm referring to that. I mean, I'm gonna go and implement it now, but it'd also be nice just to like, while I'm explaining like code to people, I could just like circle this piece here, or, you know, do something with that, highlight this, just draw random things. Just what you need, more visual spaghetti, exactly. That would be cool, toggleable screenshot things. Me implementing a spaghetti. You caught my tower instead, boom. Ha ha ha. Da. How long have you been working on your robot building sim? Okay, so now we need to actually fetch the data. Thank you for the follow. Also, Viber, thank you very much for the follow as well. I appreciate both of you. That does that. Actually, did I have a handler for the other one? I did. So I've got 2 handlers. A few months now. Nice. Do I have a delegate for on lose? TD system. Bind event to on lose, on level lose. We want this, and we're going to create a matching event. Handle level lose. And what we're going to do for that is we're going to get both of our timers. Get invalidate timer handler. Invalidate. Actually, wait. We can just do this. It's just clear. There we go. That does both. Just because if I don't forget to do this, I'm going to get a bug at the end of this where it's going to go and it's going to complain that the things are still spawning after the level has been lost. A few months. Oh, nice. Do you have an expected date for when you want to be done? Or is it just sort of working as a passion project and it's ready when it's ready? Stop asking me questions. I'm a total noob about game dev with Unreal Engine. Been watching lots of tutorials on YouTube, Eddie. Nice. Well, welcome in. Jacob! Thank you very much for the follow. Well, a subscription on YouTube. I appreciate it. You and me both. There are lots of Unreal Engine Twitch streamers on YouTube. If you're wanting more of a C++ side, make sure to have a look at MyDrong. Let me give MyDrong a shout out. If you're looking for C++ side of Unreal Engine, look at MyDrong. Yeah, him over there. Go follow him. He is building a absolutely massive game. I feel like I've got a large scope, and then I go into his project, and I'm like, nah, I'm basically just building a small user interface compared to your entire world generation with NPCs and all the things. I know that guy. Good. You should know about him. ASCII, comment, arrow might help. An arrow like that. Ladies and gentlemen. Gentle humans. How's it going? Good, and you? Hexic. How are you doing? It is I, the infamous Hexic. Yes. Guess what, guys? What did you do? What did you do? Did you put the big fan? You bought the big fan that I told you about to cool down your servers. I'm officially a contributor to T Mod Loader. Nice. Congratulations. Well done. So now that we've done that, my code is in the Steam version. Oh, that's pretty cool. I suppose you can't tell us what you changed, because otherwise you'll have to kill us. If only I knew what that was. I can, it's open source. This is Tmod. Tmod loader. Why? Why is there a... Oh, I hate Steam. Sometimes it makes me... Go away. Go away. Modern achievements. That's pretty cool. Any of you need game art in exchange for some code for my game ideas? Lol. I've got all types of art done and feel confident about making anything art-wise, but I'm starting from scratch when it comes to programming. That's pretty cool. Look at the October release. I'm there. You are? Let me have a look again, hold on. T mod. Where is release? More information. Oh, you're looking at the actual open source project part. Up. Ah, October. This part. Aha, Hexic. Mods can now add their own achievements. Well done. Vibe var. I'm not actually sure if anyone needs stuff, but there's a few. So which discords are you on? Because there's quite a few discords we could probably ask. Scroll down a touch on that. Apparently it says no. Actually look at it. Oh, there we go. There's the features. I have a cat on my face. This is pretty cool. That is okay. Wait, what was I doing? I got distracted. It distracted me, and my cat has woken up. Hello, how are you? Have you finished napping? We had a company meeting this week, and I just saw one of the guys just had his cat. Just decided that was the moment that the cat was just going to stop bugging him. Okay, so we've got that. We've got this. This builds the pool, which actually is the only part that works properly because this gets the first list of enemies. We get the first one, always the first one, because we want to preload. Then we get the dates from the table. This is a collection of all waves. Fine, we break that. We get the first wave. Then we break the first wave. We get the list of enemy types that we need and the amount because... Interesting. So this will be... Fine. So we get the amount, we get that. So we loop through this X number of times. And we get the list of enemies and we pre-spawn all that, which actually works, which is great. Then that finishes and we just wait. Well, actually, no, that just finishes and then the setup is done. It's like, so that all happens up until this point here. So we press play, that's all done now. All that code is run. When we click start, that's the next part that we want. So the moment we've hard-coded by creating this test array, which is enemy, I'm going to call this enemies to spawn. Enemies to spawn, like that. That's going to be a array. Now we're going to add two variables as a float. One is going to be spawn delay. That's not how you spell delay. And another one, it's very hard to see, is going to be group spawn delay. And then lastly, I'm going to add it now, but we're not going to use it. It's going to be wave spawn delay. Okay. We've got spawn delay, group spawn delay, and then wave spawn delay, each referring to a different incrementation of, I don't even know if that's the correct word, incrementation, but if we open up this again, if we zoom in, individual enemy with a space, then that is a group of enemies. This is multiple, so then the green one is multiple groups, and then the blue one is multiple multiple waves. So each blue one is a wave. So you could have that. Nope, that did not work. Like that. I might have to go give the cat a snack because she's sitting very patiently. She's being a very good girl, isn't she? Yes, she is. Also, I can't see my notes because she's sitting. And I would never move her. How dare you? So, we basically need to now break this whole thing up into smaller pieces so we can kind of extract out, and then what we're going to do is when the spawn units finishes, we then move on. We basically say, we then call the thing before it again to then do the check to see, do we call another one or do we call the thing that called it again? Which will be, we do this, we loop through. When it finishes, we call this one to go, yo, is there more? Is there anything else? Do we end? Do we carry on? I want wave spawning. We can delete that comment. So we have this at the moment, which honestly, actually, we can keep this. So, you know, no, actually, no. We're just going to delete this whole thing. Fantastic. Never been better. Now, handle enemy death. Don't need that, right? Spawning pool. Build the spawning pool. Fantastic. So this is... I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to move everything down. This is a wave. So see, this is a collection of waves. Okay, that'll make more sense in a bit. So when we read this, and it actually might make sense to do that when we do this here. Let's spawn groups. No. What are you doing? So here we get... Wait, so no, actually I've done this wrong, because this is... Delete that. That's actually wrong. That's not a collection of all. That's just a collection of all groups. Oh, it's so hard to type with my hand at like a 50-degree angle because cat in the way. I could move her, but we both know I'm not going to do that. This, don't care. This, we don't need. So this, we don't... Oh, wait, hold on. We actually kind of need this because of how I've got the structure. So then we're going to promote this to a variable, which is the spawn group. And then this is going to be the current wave index. So do we have a wave index? Spawn index, spawn group, spawn wave index. Apparently I already have a wave index. Yet that there. So this is like the master one that actually gets changed. Wait, why did I miss so many messages? Do You're not many Discord channels ready. Which channel did Hexy just link? Flashbang. Oh, that's pretty cool to find. Yeah, that one's the official Unreal Engine one, which is super helpful. You need to join that. I'm so hungry. Going to the shelves, buy some food. Bye. There are also some community dev ones. So I'm on a few of them. What's Lyra? Lyra is a Unreal Engine project that was set up. I think it was going. I'm not sure if it was initially set up for full release or it was set up as just a dev thing. But basically, if you're wanting to learn more about the engine, if you go to your Epic Games launcher, it's a free project that you can download and play around with. Unreal Tournament 7, basically. Actually, that's a good description of it. So yeah, you can download the Lyra starter project and have a look at how Epic implements things. Some of it is quite complicated, I would say, but it's a good example of how Epic, like what they call the Epic way of doing things. It's very helpful. I've stolen a whole bunch of ideas for them. So for example, most of what I'm going to do for my settings menu is like, as we say, yoinked out of there. I stole their indicator nameplate. Ooh, that was a good one as well. The one that I want to steal next from them, because it looks really good. I have no idea how to do it yet, but I'm going to do it at some point. I'm not sure if you've done it yet. Is the floating name text. So the numbers, floating numbers text. So does this run? It does run. So if I put a tower down and press start, I think it works. Okay, it doesn't work. There used to be floating numbers that would be, oh, it actually only displays there when they die. But I basically want a floating number system to display how much gold you get that's actually readable. And there was a really nice one. Actually, I was going to display two things. I was going to display damage hits that were crits. And I don't know, like, I feel like displaying all damage hits is a bit too messy. So I was considering displaying crits. Otherwise, I was just going to display when you kill an enemy, you get some gold for killing the enemy, or Arcanium, which is the currency we use. So you would see that sort of float off the top of the enemy. The Lyra project has a really good example of how it's done, and it looks very good. I always like seeing damage numbers. Then I'll probably put the damage numbers in and have it as a menu option for do you want it or not want it. The nice thing about the damage numbers is, well, the way they've done it using Niagara. And why I'm super keen with Niagara is Niagara has automatic pooling system built in, which is actually really nice. I'm keen to build the whole damage system, and I'll probably put it in. And I think I can always just put it as a menu option where you can turn it on or off. Like from World of Warcraft, I've always enjoyed seeing the damage numbers. So that's done there. That promotes that. So then when we call this, oh no, wait, that's handle. I actually need to swap this around. So that's handle next enemy. That spawns the enemy. That's handle next group. This and this, all of this needs to go there. Then this can go underneath that. This will go handle next spawn group. So we'll take get no, length is what they call it in this version. We'll do a branch. greater or equal to the current group index. Not that one. No, put that one back there. Then wave index can go there. So we'll put that there. So we've got those. So it's wave index group. That can go there. We get that one. That's there. Okay, now I have to read this because I always get this confused. So if the length is greater than the spawn group index, that means that we still have ones to go, so we can carry on doing this. And that would also mean that what we do is we call that, and actually no, we don't even need to do that. We just go like that. Posture check, scratch, and hydrate. Do I have any hydration fluid left? I do. Thank you, Tenebron. How many are you on at the moment, Tenebron? Let me check. Persistent Twitch. You are on 46 for hydration, 57 for posture check, and no, 47 and 47 for stretch. So 46, 47, 47. That's a lot. I actually feel like what we'll do is... yeah, we can do it here, fine. We do that, we call that, that calls this handle next spawn group, which does this. Spawn group index. No, just called get at the index break group delay I guess we'll see if this is right. I will be right back. I'm going to give the cat a treat. I return. The cat has tuna. She's a happy cat now. Very storm today. Okay, so we got Spawnsville, we'll get that, we set that. So, have I done this right? So we handle next spawn group. Going to be thunderstorms today for me. Ooh, exciting. We don't get thunderstorms here, which kind of makes me sad. I like thunderstorms. Making coffee. Yay, Braxton's getting coffee. How was your stream last night, Braxton? I missed it as I was out with having dinner with friends, with work colleagues. It started off as we're going for drinks, and then it turned into we're getting food as well, and well, that turned into a whole thing. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. So, let me see. Handle next spawn goes and gets the takes the group, checks if the current group is this. If so here, so then it does all of that. So if not, so let's go, let's just take this, put this here, go like this, put that in, delete that, and I can have that. If it's great, then it means start next wave. Which actually means that what we should do is we're going to start next wave. When we start next wave, we get the set spawn group index set equal to 0. And then call whatever we have that handles the next wave. We're just going to, for now, actually, let's print some wave information out. Let's take you, we'll pull you back like this. And we'll just do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to call this wave. Actually, we don't want that. We want that. We want wave. We want wave index. Get. And that is actually going to be there. That's going to be there. So we get the wave index. All my debugging stuff. Take that. Then we go spawn group. Spawn group. I'll give these a nice color. Let's give them like green. Let's go with, yeah. Actually, what are the colors that I assigned to it on the other page? I gave it the colors of blue, purple, and green. So this will be blue. This will be purple. Bit more there-ish purple. This will be blue, darker blue. That would be that, and that will be the group spawn index, and that's the spawn index. So those two can swap. Where'd it go? Braxton has first cup. Yay! Group spawn index. By the way, I completed enough of the reference yesterday to where I can start rendering. Ooh, exciting. And this is the Halloween thing with Frankenstein's monster that was never named. And this is going to be spawn. And spawn. And this one is actually, oh, that was actually purple. This one is supposed to be green. All the theme game posters have been sketched out. Nice! Making some good progress on it. I suppose you need to have it done by the end of the month. So how many streams do you have first then? You got today and tomorrow, so that's 2. Then 3 more, so that's 5. Another 3. 5, so that's 8 plus 1 technically for the 31st. It's 9. You've got what, 9 streams left? I think that sounds about right. I was Teenage Frankenstein. I'm thinking of a movie title. I was Teenage Frankenstein. Yeah, that's actually a cool one. I like that. It's the best title so far. Seems pretty good. There we go. Now no one can tell. No one can tell that this goes all the way out there. It's a play on I Was a Teenage Werewolf, which is an older horror movie with Michael Landon. And I have a thing for old monster movies. I think it's a good name. It's also it's also good because it is a play on something else as well. So that will give us the debugging information that we want. Yeah, so we need to connect. This will be wave based, yes. So that will set that to that, and then it will set the wave index. It's the wrong one. Get increment, or I suppose just type plus plus. This should actually do a check to start greater than or equal to the let's pull this out, take that there. Oh no. Length. Okay, so that sorts that out. That will sort that one out. That sorts that out. That sorts that out. So, not sure how we're calling this. Basically, so if this is true, we get that. If this is false, so is the wave index greater than, no. Is the length greater than the wave index? That's which way around we want it. Then we do that. Otherwise, it's actually, I wonder, do we do this? Because technically what will happen is, you see, there's a piece that I'm missing here that I've forgotten about. How are we checking that a wave is complete? I know how I did it previously, but I need to actually implement that. So for now, we're just going to do that. Actually, I would say for now, just disconnect this. Let's just get a single wave working with all its spawn groups, and then we can move on to that. So what I'll do is we'll have a variable is spawning. When this finishes, we'll set the variable to is spawning to false. Then we'll do a check, and while enemies has stuff in the array, that means that we will have things to do. When enemies list is empty and spawning is off, that means the wave is complete. If we're in sort of an active mode that we are running, not in a paused state. So we'll have to we'll probably have some sort of states. What are we doing at the moment? So this I'm quite happy with. We do all of that. We set the spawn group, and then after we set the spawn group, we call handle next spawn group, which goes and checks spawn group index. Spawn group index. Handle wave. The new song I haven't heard before. My chair just disappeared. It did. So that does that, and then after we've done all that, we call handle next spawn group. Handle next spawn group. So that should call this guy. This guy gets called. We have the spawn group. We then have an index. We check that that's there. If it's true that the sizing is correct, we listen to that event. We set timer by this event, which is this. So we're saying that we set this timer to call this function after that time interval has run, and we then need to... Do we need this? I guess we need the same thing, which is the spawn group. So why do we need this? Because this could just be called spawn group. This just calls itself. Wait, how do you call this? No, hold on. This is spawn group. This calls this. Technically means that this could just call this. So let's do that. We're going to need this here. We're going to need this here. This here. Spawn group, handle next enemy spawn. Is that correct? Yes. Handle next enemy spawn. Handle next enemy spawn. So that's now I'm going to target this. Let's delete that. So when this gets called, we check if the spawn group index is greater than 4. No, if the spawn group index is greater than length. We want to check if that is greater than this. Nodes scattered everywhere, lol. Yeah, this is when I'm trying to like plan and figure out something, it gets a little messy. It's one of those things where only partly makes sense in my head. There's like another part of my brain that it kind of is making sense. And it feels like there's like an orchestra somewhere that's going, do this, trust, do this, trust. And then it goes, make work. And it goes, oh, that works. Handle next enemy spawn. So that we don't need, no, because that just calls this. Then if that is true, we can call spawn enemy, which is the actual spawn enemy. And that's going to get called with... Didn't we use the spawn delay already? See, something's wrong here, because there's this spawn delay and there's this one. That's a crazy time when you have two separate things making sense on their own, but not together, and you're just sitting there clicking them together like some caveman hitting rocks together. You've just described programming. So spawn by thing would be spawn interval, which is this spawn interval, which means the spawn interval at the top is wrong. So this spawn interval would be some amount that is like that. So there, so there's that spawn interval. Then this one would be spawn groups. So we get this is the spawn next group, but that spawn next group is, I have to look at my structure again. So we've got wave, spawn interval. So then why do I have two of these? Oh, there's a pre-group delay, that's why. So not this one, but the pre-group delay, that's the one I want. Spawn interval pre-group delay. I need to actually rename that. Pre-group delay. Rename this. It should be spawn group delay. It's the time between a spawn group finishing and starting the next spawn group. Save that, minimize that. Okay, so we'll change that. We'll treat it like that for now. That's fine. So spawn interval's fine. That does that. Then when we come down to here, we can say that, do we want to have like this whole... At what point do we now want to just... I'm trying to figure out at what point do we want to set this up. That could be time. Because I think at this point it should be set up, right? I feel like at this point we set it up. So we go... Enemies to spawn. I might be wrong. This gets set here. Okay, we'll have to step through. We'll put a breakpoint there and see what happens. That will run, and we'll put one here where we actually spawn an enemy and see what we get. That might work. We're not actually calling... Are we calling handle waves? So on wave... Whoops. Spawn enemies. So on wave start, we'll call spawn and wave. Handle wave. Right, now you can check if this works. So start. There's all the pre-groups. So wave 0, group 0, spawn 0. Start. So we're now inside here. This is 0, which is correct. This is only got 2 groups in it, which is a collection of pre-group delays. Fine. It's A and B. So what have I actually set this to? I've set it to A and B, and I've set it to... A and B is actually not helpful at all. How many times is this supposed to loop? Because I actually don't think we're checking the loop at all. Mount 5. So it's meant to be AB, 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 AB. It's actually... I've somehow set this up wrong because I've somehow completely ignored the loop. I think I know where the problem is. Let's just see if it's... We're just trying to get... Let's just try and get AB, AB working. Yeah, that should work. There's 1, 2. There should be a space. Spawn group 1, spawn group 2. And that's it. But... Blech. Okay, so there's some errors, but that's fine. I'll fix those in a second. Right, so we've got an... Silent Smash! If we look at this, we can close. This we can close. This we can close. This we can close. This one. So here's wave 1. So wave 1 should consist of A and B spawned A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B 5 times. Then this one we're going to change to be C and D spawned 5 times. So we can see the difference. We're going to say the pre-group delay, which is going to change to 4. There should actually be a wave delay, but we're not even going to touch that for a while. So now we need to implement that it does this amount that many times. So the spawn enemy should just do not this, like, not even the spawn. Should it do the spawn? Yeah, it should do the spawn index. When it finishes, we have, that's its little thing. So when it finishes, it needs to increment a value. So handle next spawn will then, there's like another one that we need, and that one then needs to run the thing again until it's done. I'm back. Welcome back. So we need like a check here that has to happen beforehand, which is basically, yo, run this again if the increment for how many times this needs to run has not been run. Hello, back. Did you get some good food? I got 3 microwave burgers, threw away the bun for 2 of them, got lettuce and tomato from the fridge and made a burger. The burgers were reduced and they were like 40p pence each. Damn. Did you just make like 1 triple stack? Yes, nice. Nice. So you paid like £1.20 for all of that. Yeah. Well, £1.20 exactly. Enemies to spawn. Group spawn count. Group spawn max. So that we will set over here. And that will be that. Micro burgers can be pretty good, but also kind of sus. They're ones here in the US we call beef patty with cheese product. We don't really need to worry about them in the UK because our government cares about food shit. Like, what does cheese product mean? It's cheese or not cheese. US burn. I actually haven't had one of those microwave burgers, but it's also because I don't own a microwave. I read something that if it's cheese, but it's more solidified as and preservatives, then it's can't be called cheese, because cheese has to have a certain amount percentage of actual cheese. That's, yeah, I get that. So, Gilas, have you seen the list of ingredient difference between UK McDonald's chips and US McDonald's chips? Sounds about right. The way they play the words and definitions. Well, you know, the term 100% beef just means that the beef that is used is 100% beef, not that the patty contains 100% only beef. It just means that when there is beef inside the patty, that beef is 100% beef. Nothing better than making your own burgers. Exactly. Hey, don't talk about our garbage like that. My bad. I apologize.
The year is 1991. Birds and people are living together in seemingly perfect harmony. Until one day, a young man catches fire. This is Phoenix.
Diced onion, lean minced, and add some extra cow fat for it. Add an egg, a touch of black pepper. Get the pan piping hot and rub a bit of oil on it, or butter. Butter is better. Cook. Make your own mince. I prefer cooking with lard. I use lean steak and I mix in some cow fat trimmings so I can eat it a little pink inside. There's like a perfect sort of ratio of fat that's supposed to be in a burger or something. I think it's like, isn't it 30%? Perfect burger fat ratio. Oh, it's 80-20 apparently. You ever fry stuff with lard? It's really good. Yeah, so apparently you're supposed to use 80% lean, 20% fat for a juicier flavor. If you want, some variation exists 70-30, some do 85-15, so about that mark. Avoid using less than 15% fat as it will be dry. I didn't know that. If you don't cook in lard, you're a traitor and should be hung for treason. English breakfast can only be cooked in lard. Sounds serious. My laptop's cool as BRB, yay! So, if we spawn the next wave, and the group count is not greater than the brave whatchamacallit count, then we just call spawn enemy again, right? But we need to call spawn. We can't do it quickly, we need to do it slowly, yes. Don't we just, wait, don't we just do this? I bet $5 is the wrong size. Yes. This makes no sense to me. Wouldn't we just run this twice? If it's true, we do that. Otherwise... If the spawn count for the current one this is where it's wrong. So if there's still enemies to spawn, just call it self. Shouldn't we just... I'm curious. Because I think that we just do this and let that handle everything else. So we just go handle, we spawn an enemy, we increase the amount, handle next one, and we just fire and forget. Let's put that in a thing and that, whoops. We put that there and we just ignore it, right? So spawn an individual enemy. There's going to be something wrong with it because Hexix luck. It's kind of crazy that Windows Explorer now opens like web page. Technically no, because it's built using React. So it makes perfect sense, but I get what you mean. I guess seems like a better design. We just build it once and then we just forget about it. So we do that and then we just call. That finishes, and then we just call this up here. Right, now this has to do a whole bunch of additional stuff. So first, it has to check. Is the spawn group... Wait, which one are we incrementing here? Spawn index is greater than that. Maybe we just take this out. Okay, yeah, let's start with this. So let's start with this, because that's the piece of code that we had from last time. Is the enemy spawn? So enemies to spawn length greater than 0. Huh? That makes no sense. I feel like you forgot a piece of code somewhere. Spawn index, that's what you want. Spawn index, get. Is the spawn index? It's actually spawn index -1. Just by the way, that would probably solve that other thing. Why React? It's the right size, nice. We're slightly too big for, but that's not good. It's slightly too big, but that's not good. But that's good, sorry. That means the entire laptop can fit on the fan grill, yes. I think, I'm actually not sure. Windows 11, Windows 11, start menu. I don't know why they did it. They just decided. I think it's React. It's some kind of like web technology to build it. That little part of your brain that just refuses to let go of the word not. I don't know what it is. It's convinced it's always there. Okay, so handle next wave enemy spawn. We first check, is the index greater than that? If it is, then... So if the index is greater than that, then we do this. Oh, actually, we don't do this. My bad. We group spawn count, we increase. So yeah, get plus plus. So if it's true, we add this. Otherwise, we go and we're going to do that. So that's going to be the track for this. So otherwise, we do this. Otherwise, this. So now this is going to be like a masterful track that goes down the bottom and does a whole bunch of things. Like, we'll put it over here because it's going to be at the end. Okay, so if the spawn index, which is, remember, this is the individual ones of this, is greater than this. Wait, no, hold on. I hate myself sometimes. If this is less than, no, let's do less than or equal to this. We'll see if this is even correct, because now I'm just confused. If it's less than or equal to this, then, and that's true, then, wait, you had it right. If it's less, so if it's greater than or equal to, if it's not greater than or equal to, then we redo, then we do a new wave. Otherwise, if it is greater, that means we spawned all the enemies, so we increase the group spawn count. Then we check the group spawn count. No, actually, before we increase the group spawn count, we check the group spawn count, because we don't got out of about. And then we do this. And now we need to move this whole thing down. So we do this work now. The laptop is freezing, time to run a game. Nice. Uncapped FPS to test it. I'm waiting for the day when you get frustrated, flustered and frustrated, and you punch your monitor in stream. Yeah, there's always a chance of that. There's still a chance of that. It's weird because I sit here and I complain about these things, but I love these types of problems. I love solving these kinds of like problems. They're not that complex, but when you've got these like multi-layered things and you have to understand different parts of it, like I enjoy that part of it. It's the part of programming that I really like is solving these type of problems. I don't even want to call them complex problems. I don't think they're that complex. So yeah, we've got that. So then we check if the spawn group index is but here's the issue. It's not complex and you start trying to solve it, yes. We are at no point increasing this yet. So shouldn't we do this first? Because when we finish that, yes, you're correct. When we finish this, I had it right the first time. When we finish spawning all the items in the array, we then increase this and then move on to the next step and we check. Is it still sort of within range? I think it's still, I think this actually also needs to be spawn group index. Laptop is 96 degrees. That's quite hot, but it's under the 100 degrees, which means it's probably not thermal throttling. So if it is then also we set the spawn index to 0. Set 0. So set it to that. Goes in there. That. There. I thought 82 was the threshold for throttling. It depends on what it is. But my refresh rate is 165 and 40% of my CPU and GPU usage is 75. frames per second, so something is happening for the GPU. On the CPU, it's 100C. Usually, CPU operation temperature is fine anywhere between under about 100 to 110. Above 110 is the not good area. I think most CPUs start throttling around 100 degrees. Like, hold on. I don't know what CPU that is. Let's see, like mine, 9950, 950X. Throttle 10. This guy says it's 66 degrees, but that's a lie. My CPU, so the CPU that I have apparently will throttle if it reaches or exceeds 95 degrees, which is the maximum operating temperature of the CPU. But once your computer reaches above 83, your GPU isn't going to get cooler. That's effectively, that's efficiency anyway, I would think. Yeah. Normally, in my if my CPU is under a lot of load, like, hold on, what is it right now? Where's IQ? I hate Corsair software sometimes. The fact that I've set this up so many times and it's still not there. And what's up with this new, it's like this panel that's now broken where I can't actually read the values. That doesn't help me at all. So my CPU is at 62 degrees. It's only on 22 load, but the more important things is not actually being shown, because why would it be shown? Now I can't remember how to add them again. I have to go to devices. Not that. IQ, why do you make this so complicated? Cooling, there we go. I don't know why their software is just completely died. It was working. Why did they make a change? So the liquid cooler temperature is 41. Is it right? Yeah. So the liquid cooling system is at 41, and the CPU is at 62, which is pretty decent. The temperature on top is fine. Air inside is fine. GPU is not too hot, which is good. Dashboard. And the GPU is at about a similar temperature, actually. I've got a very aggressive fan graph for my GPU, so when it hits about 75 degrees, I think it's almost at max fan speed. We do that, we set that, we check if it is. If it is less than that, it should actually be less than or equal. Less equal. If it's true, we can come down to this. Actually, if it's less than, yeah, it's true. So it comes down to this and carries on. Actually, let's put a not in here so it'll make it easier. Not. Then I can use that one instead. That will do that. Otherwise, it will call spawn index 0, group index 0, Control Z, and then it'll call this. Does this work? Spawn enemy. I think this will work now. Honestly, at this point, I have no idea. Wait, did we forget a whole piece? Spawn index. Wait, you forgot. Oh my god, did I forget this whole piece? What is this? Okay, let's start with this. What does this actually do? One, two. That just breaks everything. Group max spawn. Oh yeah, let's try this again. Well, I don't know you could zoom out that fast. So after we've done this, we do this check. Just this one. You're doing a really good job of getting the heat out of the case. There's newer cases which I really like the way they're designed, just because of how you can get a lot more cooling onto the GPU, because I feel like with a lot of the cases, so let me find the one that I want to show you. Corsair. So if we look at Corsair, for example, like this case in particular, let's open the big version of it. Where's the full factor? Is there a full version of that one? Dual chamber cases. Oh, there we go. So with the dual chamber cases like this, let's just take a picture. What I like about them is you've got your radiator heat. Let's do this. So your radiator is going out that way, and it's pulling in air. So that's getting thing. Now you've got air coming in this way. So there's air that's kind of doing this, which is pretty good. And then you've also got air that's doing this. So going over the whole case, you've got air's being sucked out there. But what I really like is this. So the GPU is continuously getting 3 full fans of air onto it. Because what I find with my GPU at least is there's like a piece of metal on the side here, which is the fins. The fins sit like this. There's the cooling pipes that go through it. So this piece of metal here is really well cooled because I've got fans on the side of my case like this. So that gets cooled really well, which is fantastic. But what's happening is this part here, so the back plate is very, very hot. This is spitting out huge amounts of air towards the glass, so it just kind of sits there and then kind of gets pushed up, but there's nothing actually pushing it up too much, so it gets very, very hot. But if you've now got 3 fans that are dedicated, and also my fans are designed for, so they monitor different things. So because I have 3 fans on my case, let's do it this way, 1, 2, and 3. The bottom 2 monitor the GPU temperature. So when the GPU, so their speed is relative to the temperature on the GPU. So as the GPU increases, they bring in more fresh air. And then this one, just this top fan is purely for that one. Cases are designed for looks, not cooling. They just rely on gamers using liquid cooling. I mean, these don't do too bad. Like, it doesn't get too hot. What I find funny enough that gets the most hot on my GPU is actually the backplate where the memory modules are. Like I've seen that hit 95 degrees, which I'm like, yikes. And under full load, the GPU is generally fine. It's usually the memory modules that are suffering the most. But at least having more clean air coming directly from the bottom would help a lot. I actually almost think you need back mount coolers on the thing as well. And the CPU will not cool down. When it's doing something, it's just permanent 98. That is so hot. I've seen Gamers Nexus test stuff that has literally is like little airflow. I'd be afraid to build a PC in one. I have a PC that's quite close to a window, and what's nice in at least this time of the year, because the window's just a bit open, there's a lot of cold air by that window, so it's continuously just pulling in cold air, so it runs super cool. But what they've done, there's actually, so Braxton, talking about that, there's now a triple chamber case, so core or set triple. I can't spell. You ain't Pirate Software, bud. Yeah, I know. That's why it says Siler Atomic over there on the bottom. I'm not sure if you've seen it. What was the thing? So this is a triple chamber case, which is super cool. What I like about the triple chamber case is your liquid cooler is in a completely separate compartment to your actual case, which is cool to see. So you've got this thing over there, and so this is actually where your liquid cooler is. So your liquid cooler doesn't affect where your graphics card and the rest of your PC is, which is a decent design. I'm actually wondering if they'll have a version of it where what you can do is you can put the graphics card out at a specific point. Because that would be pretty cool. I think the better focus on creating zones is that each component cools itself. Yes, exactly. Thank you for the hydrate, the posture check, and the stretch. I appreciate it. Oh, it's max OP is 100. That's quite hot. Oh, I need to actually do it. Even said. I feel like the one component that should just be sort of out the case over here is actually the GPU. Like having a separate compartment for the GPU makes like the most sense. Because I find that's the component that generally gets the hottest. Like with an AIO, especially a triple AIO, I've really seen, even under full load, the CPU go above 75, 80 degrees. OP is operating, by the way. Oh, operating temperature. The max operating temperature is 100. All right. So mine's at 95 or something. Funny enough, so I was looking at this case, I was wondering, do I want to move to this one? Because what I like is you've got tons of cooling for this GPU underneath. So basically, this side of the case is bring in air from the bottom, like... Let's do that. So bring in air from the bottom onto the GPU, and then just suck air out. And that's it. That's all this case does for the thing, which is pretty good. So you got the cool air here, hot air out, fantastic. And then the GPU or the AIO is actually there. You can actually see it, or the what do you call it? For the CPU, that one. My CPU has 28 PCI Gen 5 lanes, 16 lanes for the GPU, 8 lanes for MVE, but I'm only getting gigabit Ethernet and Wi-Fi. Man, what the heck? One lane PCI can do 10 gigabit, as far as I recall. Yeah, but Hexate, you're running a laptop, remember that. If you run all of that on a laptop, the laptop's just going to be 300 degrees Celsius. It's just going to be a puddle GPU. There's so much space inside. You couldn't even give me 3 extra NVMe or 4 if you could do such of a PoE. Also, no, it won't. It really is. Oh, it is? Oh, it's so funny. I feel like you just have the worst luck with hardware. Whenever you get hardware, it's like, this is great. And then it's like, oh no, it's not. I'm kind of a fan of this case. It's huge though. It's absolutely massive, but like, I'm kind of becoming a fan of it. I thought it was actually supposed to be out already. I generally have most of my fans blowing it to create positive pressure inside the case. Ooh, that's interesting. The processor support Thunderbolt, but the laptop doesn't have Thunderbolt. Yeah, but with laptops you get very limited, like what the CPU can do and what it actually gets is kind of different. Like I have a CPU that can do 4K, but they did not put a 4K screen in that laptop. I have all my front fans and even the top fans above the CPU blowing in, and let the pressure push the hot air out. How do you find your cooling for that though? Like, do you find it actually works well like that? Because one of the other things that I find makes a big difference is just a big case, because just all the fans. Gigabyte artificially camped the turbo to 4.7, ranking up to 4.9. Yeah, but I mean, if that laptop's already struggling at 95, I'm not surprised. Having an issue so far. Nice. So okay, wait. That sorts that out, right? Yes, so that does that. Then when we move to that, we move on to this one. So if group spawn count increment because that's the max that I said. Yeah, group spawn max, group spawn count. Yeah. It's less than an inch thick. I'd have accepted 2-inch thick laptop if I wanted great cooling. Just take off the back panel, just attach like a massive piece of copper to it. You could passive cool it if you get a big enough piece of metal. So we increase the spawn count for that. Then what we do is, and technically we could check first, bro. I'm so close to printing the bottom for it and adding some Noctua fans. You see, this is why we have 3D printers, is for this kind of stuff. It'll be a fun day when you get a metal 3D printer. And then you can see what's possible. You're just gonna 3D print a whole new cooling element for the bottom of your fan, of your PC. Fuck. Oh. Oh my god, Sider, what? What? You're gonna go buy a metal 3D printer. What if I just 3D print a shroud for like 40 server fans in a grid? Yeah! You can use the bottom of the laptop, lol. Won't even need a dash, just hover in place. That's cooling done right. X6 using it in the middle of the night at like 12 p.m. and neighbors start wondering why is it sounding like a hurricane outside. It's like, oh no, it's just the monstrous fans Hexic is attached to his server. The server fans are so powerful. You just get some of those ones that I sent you yesterday on the Discord. You know, one of those, a couple of those would work. So we increase the spawn count, then we check if it's in range. Now smaller. They're more discreet. Well, you say that, but they're super loud because they spin so fast. Like my fans in my case spin at what? 2,500 RPMs max. They're like 12,500 RPMs. Okay, we do that. We set the spawn group count. Set the max spawn group count. I have 4 server fans instead of a regular fan as an intake for my PC. And then one for the outtake. That's a lot of air. Spawn group is greater than the max group, which if it is, then we do this, which is spawn. Wait, is it? Yes. Just the one call. I could just disable P core 5. Is that possible? Actually, that should help. Was it a 6-core processor? Oh, 16 performance cores, 4 E cores, so 16 cores total or 16 threads. That's 10. Oh, but I'm guessing they're split, right? Yes. So it wouldn't throttle, I'd get more performance. That should work. E cores don't support multi-threading, P do. It's similar to how Apple designed their Mac silicone stuff now. Okay, so we get time by event. We do that. We set this, and this is going to be equal to apparently nothing because this is 0, so we get that. 0, 1. Oh, this needs to... That's where I'm getting one of the errors. We get the first one, we get the spawn units, which is 2. And we should run that 5 times. So we do that. We say max should be 5. Okay, so step, 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 step. Okay, now that's the thing. I know Windows has a config option to enable a specific number of cores, but I didn't know it lets you choose which ones. I'm still pro less so and have to disable that core. I actually don't know what you do for enabling and disabling cores. So I know, so for example, my CPU, depending on what I'm doing, will disable half the cores because it's the 3D cache version. So when you're doing gaming, it'll only use the first 16 cores and the second half won't be used. Process LSO works best for that sort of situation. I've never used that before, the process LSO. Okay, step. So what do we have here? We've got the spawn index is 0. We -1. Is -1 greater than 2? No. See, this is where I think I messed up. So if it's not greater, and that's correct. So then we come down here and we just spawn. We do that, we wait, that spawns the enemy. Wait, that's handle next spawn. That actually doesn't handle spawn. Or did it? I actually have no idea. I never put a breakpoint on it. So step. It still shouldn't be true. So we do that. We do that. So we do this one. We do that. We do that. We increment that to 1. Is it currently 1? I think it is currently 1. We do that. Then we do handle next. So then we should actually be checking this one, which is the spawn index. So is the spawn index minus thing greater than thing? It's 2. It's 1. This is going to be false. It's actually, this is wrong. Because now spawn index is 2, but there is no second index. So stop. That should just be that. That we can delete. Again! Save, press, play. What do you use that for, Tenebron? Next. Wait 5 seconds. Next. So yeah, that makes sense. So then we go into here, we set that, then we wait 1 second, that gets triggered. We spawn you, we get you, step, then we're gonna call you again. Then we're gonna check what state you're in. So you're at 1 now, which is gonna be false, so we're gonna run again. I'm gonna call you, you're gonna do that, we're gonna increment you, we're gonna come back. Now that is index 1 and 2, or index 0 and 1 done. So now it should execute the next one. So this should now be true, which it is. So now basically we get the group spawn count. And we say that the group spawn count we increment. Then we check, is the group spawn count bigger than the max? Which in this case, it is not. So that run should be, so that should be here. So that should come to here. And that should go into there. Actually, let's just do, what do we do for this one? Not. Ooh. Let's do that, so that way I can just use this and then that. So we'll save, we'll put that there, we'll press play, start, play. Should trigger the spawn. There we go, so we can press play, play. What's the spawn index? 1. So play. Okay, so next one. So come back out. This will execute. This will increase that. This will say that this is true. So we'll do the true thing because now this is run once. Actually, this should now... Where does this go? To that, which is... Actually, this is wrong. So that... Weirdly, 1 is not greater than 5. Whatever. So this should set the spawn index, which is No, we set the groups, wait, spawn index to 0, yes, group spawn index we increase, and then we go back. Actually, no, we shouldn't go back. Then we check if, do a branch, we check, is the group spawn index, so is this greater than this? If it's not, if it's less than, so greater than or equal to this. If it's false, we do this. Otherwise, delete that. We do this. Does that now work? But what if this is false? If this is false, I will be right back.
Too much in vain. This record's broken. I'm just trying to move my feet again. Can't keep reliving my past pain. 'Cause I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless. But I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect. Nobody here should see
I've returned. How do you disable cores? It's simple. You knock off the top part of the CPU. You just open it up, and then you take a screwdriver and you just smash that part. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I actually have no idea, to be honest. That's a good question. All right, let's try this and see what happens. Start. Play. I'm gonna try to do it by setting the affinity in process LSO. I think I used Unreal, not Unreal. What was it called? I used to use Intel's overclock thing, overclock my CPU. I think you could turn off CPUs there. You actually would, technically, you could just reduce the clock speed of the CPU. Maybe not optimal, but you know it works. The next is 1, so it'll run again. So that'll spawn it, and it'll come back here. We'll go here, we'll check. That'll be that. So let's see. If the spawn count... Actually, if the group spawn count is greater than the spawn count, so that's this big boy, then we actually do this. We just stop this. So at that point, we actually do this one. Okay, let's press play again. Handle next enemy spawn. So we come into here, that does that, spawns another one. Cool. Then we come to here. Oh, that actually does the spawn. Then we, after that, we go into here. Now we increment the amount. Fantastic. We go in here. 5. It's true. I messed up. Actually, did I? We set that. So spawn group is that. How did you mess this up? If this is true... Surely... Oh, I don't know. Whichever one. This one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing this wrong. If the group spawn max has been hit, I guess think about it, right? So we iterate through the array. After the array is finished, means that we've done enough times. Then we have the group spawn amount, because that's how many times you're going to spawn that array. If this is max, we do something. If it's not max, let's just do this for now. I'm going to disconnect that. We're going to do that. So is this greater? No. Actually, what we could just do is, when this is the situation, we just reset this anyway. Like that. And then, so now, how do I get this to go? Because I want this. This is the case that I want now, right? So I want to join the bottom lane. So if the spawn group is greater than or equal to the group max, which is actually this minus... No, I don't want that. I don't want that. This -1. Less than this. Oh, so that's less than this. There we go. So that's less than this. I'm going to throw in a not. Not equal. Not Boolean. It's less than this. Which is going to be false in most cases then. Nope. Nope. That goes into there. This and that. Nope. This and this. Nope. This and that. Unreal. There we go. This and that. This and that. This and that. Right. So that does this. If it's true, it means that this one's gone out of range, which means what? That means that we now need to see if because we've got this max group here, right? We don't need any of this. So that we don't need. That, in fact, that we don't need. This means... So then we go handle next wave. So that means that that's everything done there, but I suppose we want to actually do some of this stuff here. So that goes into there. And I think that works. So then respawn index is 0, group index is... No. Ah, wait. When are we increasing the group index? Group index, group index, here. So that's being incremented there, so that's fine. This we don't do. This we go group index, group index, group index. That gets set to 0 as well. So we reset both of them. Then we say set next wave. But there must be one that the next wave one uses. Ah, that's the group spawn index. Let's try this now and see if this works. Start, play. 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 Next. Fine. Step, step. This is 0. Spawn count is 0. We set it to 1. Is it greater than? Answer is false. So we do the next one, which is this one. Actually, this should call that by a pre-group. Okay. Oh, coffee. I'm gonna try to do it by sitting. Oh, nice. You just stick your hand out and a cup appears. It's like Harry Potter. It's just magic, you know. I just go Accio cup of coffee, and some poor person that's walking around with a cup of coffee just has it snatched out of their hand and just appears. I am a wizard, Sakilos. Actually, this is correct. Step. So that's going to spawn another enemy. Yeah, let's give this a try. I think this will actually work now. Bye. What? Why? What is this, Chrome? Like, I will flip. I suppose. At by a pre-group. It really does just look like this is like bam, summon cup of coffee. Go. Cool. So let's press stop. So we should wait 5 seconds. And the first one should spawn. So first one, come on, come on. As long as 5 seconds live. Second one, next one, next one. That's 3, 4, 5. And then there was a big delay between the next one, and then he's only had 2 for some reason. Yeah, that shat the bed, but don't panic, it's fine. It mostly worked. I thought that this would spawn 5 times. Why does it only spawn once? Because there's... Why there's so many... Which amount is the amount, my dude? Which amount? Oh, because this amount is not the amount that's used. It's... Close that. There's an amount here, which is 5. There's an amount here that's 5. And what is this? Because this dude only spawned once. Which means I've probably forgot to reset something. What are you giving me? Is everything a clip with you? Bye. What? Why? What is this, Chrome? Like, I just Chrome note. You're like, so Google's, with the new features coming out with Google or YouTube's, so YouTube, okay, let me rephrase this. YouTube has announced a whole bunch of new features coming to YouTube for specifically for streaming. One of which is it's going to automatically allow horizontal and vertical streams in one. I don't know how it's going to work, but there's a thing for that. And 2 is after your streams, they're going to use Gemini to suggest possible clips from the stream, which is kind of cool. I'm curious to see what it does. Because does it use like engagement, or what metrics does it use? Like, hey, this was something good that happened in your stream, and here's a clip. Because I could do, you know, it'd be interesting to see. But I just have Seculos that does it for me. He just creates the content for me. You don't need Gemini with me, right? Exactly.
Night's only begun. Don't you think we're done?
It didn't work. No. I'm more than happy to capture your most embarrassing moments. Thank you. Your best moments. I appreciate it. So, who broke and why did they break? Here we go. So, let's have a look at this. Jeff spawns, Jeff doesn't spawn. This there. This gets reset to 0. Then the spawn group gets set to ++ here. Then... Ah. Nope, that's not the problem. Oh, because what we actually need to do is reset the group spawn count as well. Group spawn count. Do we set the group spawn count? I assume so. If I do group spawn, that's the delay. Group spawn count set, and we do this. No, you wee bastard. File save. Now this should work. One, two. So that's group 1. That's group 2. Why is this not changing? One, two, three, 4, 5. So it's to stop. Oh my goodness. So that's... Did you code something on Vulkan or OpenGL? I wish. I really wish. Actually, Nikita, if you're looking for something like that, we need to fix this. There's a YouTube channel where I think Churro, C++ code review. I think Churro does this guy. He does a... If you're like interested in that kind of stuff or seeing how it works, he does a playlist where he talks about... Sure, so it is OpenGL because he has his OpenGL series, but he has his game engine series where he makes a full game engine and he goes over different parts of it. Super recommend that if you're looking for something like that. It's super cool. Let me post a few on that. And I'll put it in this one as well. I'm kind of tempted to go over this myself, sort of follow along, just because there's, I don't know what it is, there's something about sort of setting up a game engine from the start when you do these kinds of things. It's pretty cool. I know a Russian girl who makes game engines and dreamed to make Doom on it. Oh, that would be cool. That'd be cool to see. I love these kind of channels where like the amount of work that goes into making something like this is just, there is so much work. So I have such an appreciation for this. There was a series that I followed many years ago called it was with C++, Make Games with Ben. And I think he recently came back to YouTube. I freaking hate YouTube ads these days. Games with Ben. C++. Low level dev, no. I actually saw the dude's channel. Did it get deleted? Like a few days ago. Anyway, so there was at one point a whole YouTube channel, and he made a game engine, and I watched it many years ago, to the point where you like built, I can't even know what we used, but you had to set up like the HSL stuff and all that kind of stuff with textures, and I think I only did a bit of it. I got to the point where you had like a texture drawn on screen, and it was so much fun to play with. It actually reminds me that I want to spend some time playing with like materials, where you just take a material and you just play around with, where's my material folder? Materials. Yeah, so the materials folder, you just take a material and you just play around with like the different nodes and see what's your output. So like this is one where I made this by just playing around, because I was trying to see how to make a grid with just these kinds of things, and I got a texture that I think I made this one. So I made the texture, got a panner, did all sorts of different things. This actually moves at runtime, which is pretty cool to see. But yeah, you get these kinds of things. Actually, no, this doesn't move at runtime. I used the panner because it allowed me to get pieces of... Anyway, there's this whole thing. It... Actually, no, this makes this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Let's just get sign or time. Sign. Oh, that doesn't do what I want anyway. But yeah, like just sitting around playing with the things is so much fun. Her YouTube channel is Sudo Love Me Baby. She is live now. Oh, let me have a look. Travis Veruman does a lot of Vulkan programming, but he doesn't really do tutorials per se. It takes a very different person to be able to do tutorials, I think. I need to fix this. I have to give this a watch. This is quite interesting. I enjoy watching like C++ devs. Sometimes you just watch and you're like, do I know enough? Okay, so where is this actually being broken? So attempt to access index array 2, because that should never happen. Because whenever we increment, we should never be coming down this lane, so it should be fine. Let's think. So we've got... So it's a spawn group one that's going out of things. So when do we increment it? So spawn group index, spawn... Unless this is not changing. Wait, spawn group index is... Spawn group index. That's none of these. Oh, what might be happening is... Wait, this doesn't make sense. Where am I incrementing this? Find references. Find by name all. Set. Where's the set? Here. That just resets it. What other sets do we have? Get. 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 That's not connected, so you should never run. That's not connected. That one. There's no ways you can possibly... Where's the error gone? Wait, let's do one thing. I want to change the start time on this little bad boy to 2 seconds. Start 1, 2, start spawning. So first... Why did that not save? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it's 10. This will be another 10. So now if I press stop, it should crash, which it does. So which one was it complaining about? I was attempting to access index array 2 from spawn groups of length 2. Spawn groups. Yeah, so it is this one. But I'm never incrementing that. Access reading none, so it also failed here. It should actually be, is this value less than this value? And that should solve the issue. I'm going to go here and save you like 15 times because you didn't save last time, did you? And then we're going to press start. So 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, spawn. Is there there's probably an additional delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Okay, so press stop. It shouldn't give. Yeah, okay, I fixed it. That is some good progress so far. Is it going to rain today? No, it isn't. I'm actually kind of sad it's not going to rain today. Let's see. What does it give me as a description? Pre-groove delay using enemy manager. Enemy manager H. Nope. That's not what I did. Get spawning from DT working finally. And we can commit that. And let's find somebody to raid. It's time for me to go. Let's find someone on Twitch who's live. Everyone is playing Battlefield. We are gonna read the nerds today. There is your raid message. I'll be back tomorrow. There's a few more things I want to finish up on here. I might start some of the C++ side, some of the C++ side of it. Well, tomorrow, or I might do some of it off stream because I've actually got a better idea of how to do this in C++ than Blueprints. Weirdly enough, maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. There is your raid message, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye. Okay, bye.
Thinking I should ask if you're doing alright. You weren't easy, so hard to ignore. Pull up on your right, ask what you're drinking, ask what you like. Such a look good in the dim bar light, so damn cheesy. Who'd have thought you'd fall for somebody like me? When you asked my name, I panicked, so out of my league.